Welcome and hello everybody. Welcome back to another live stream here on the Ryan Hall y'all YouTube channel. We got a moderate risk of severe weather today. We're going to talk about all that right here in a minute, but let's real quick go ahead and list off our first warning. We've already got a tornado warning before we even decided to start the stream here, and that's going to be for Lake McCook and Minor. Lake McCook and Minor counties in South Dakota up here. We got a couple storm chasers pretty close to that. We got Chris FL Tornado, Vince Welty, and Zach Hall all in and around this area. Okay, so we're going to be keeping a very close eye on that. But first off, speaking of our storm chasers, we got five storm chasers out there today ready to help us out. We've got an eye on the ground from pretty much every different angle. So let's check in with our storm chasers and see what they are up to of course, we've got another little intro video for you here. Let's go ahead and hear from Vince, Brandon, Zach, and Chris, and all those guys, all right?
Ryan, I'm headed toward that South Dakota, North Dakota,
And
Western
I wanna
Minnesota
fix my radar.
intersection today, where we've got that moderate risk and that relatively impressive risk for some strong to significant, maybe even long track tornadoes
hear that?
today. We're going to ignore that secondary risk, which is that 10% non-sig tor risk that's in western Iowa. I just think that the better play is going north here, especially with these high maxed out parameters. So we're going to take Storm Seeker 4 up there after a fairly
Storm
successful
Seeker
chase
4.
yesterday. We had this thing off-road, trying to pull out other chasers yesterday. Hopefully we don't get in that scenario today. There is a fairly decent road network up there, but it's definitely a day to be weather aware, especially when you start seeing both, if not several of these chasing vehicles coming to town here for these residents of Minnesota.
Hey Ryan, Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic here with Storm Seeker 3 behind me. Currently in eastern South Dakota near Sioux Falls, going to be continuing towards the eastern South Dakota and western Minnesota area today. It looks like the parameter space today is very high for strong, intense, long track tornadoes if discrete supercell mode can be realized. If not, it will be more of a damaging wind event today. So going to be heading up in that direction today. We'll be streaming live with you. Everybody be sure to have your Radar Omega app all fired up, and be sure to tune in to Ryan Hall y'all all day. We'll see you guys in the field.
These guys are so good at this.
Hey, what's going on? Ryan, Zach, Frankie, and Nick here with Vortex Chasing. We're currently in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, likely going to reposition soon into Minnesota for significant severe weather possibilities today, and that includes tornadoes, possibly intense or long track tornadoes. Storm mode does look a little messy. We're going to do our best to cover the threat accordingly. If you're watching this and you live in the region, please stay weather aware and have a safe Memorial Day.
Hey, good morning, Ryan. It's Chris. I'm in Mitchell, South Dakota. Soon to move north quickly. Just want to let you know, here in Mitchell, we already have storms on the horizon. I'm hearing thunder. Dangerous day ahead in South Dakota, North Dakota, and western Minnesota. Actually, a good part of Minnesota. So I'm in Mitchell. I'm heading north shortly, and these are going to develop potentially strong EF2 plus tornadoes, long track tornadoes, large hail, and hurricane gusts up to 80 miles per hour, maybe even higher. So anyone in the area, please be prepared and be safe. And I'll do my best to show you what's going on. Thank you.
Awesome. There we go. All right. So that's a word from all of our storm chasers. We got a bunch out there, guys. We are waiting on one of them to get their daggone act together and connect to us, but the rest of them are ready to go. We got Vince Welty. Brandon is the one who's taking his sweet time over there in Storm Seeker number 3. And then we got Zach and Frankie, Chris FL, and we got Tyler. So we actually have Tyler in Kansas, all right? So I wanted to show you real quick here where our moderate risk is, and we'll do that on the Radar Omega app. And then I'll show you where everybody is also on top of that. Let me show you the day one categorical outlook. This is what we're looking at today, y'all. All right, you see the big red area? That That is a moderate risk of severe weather. It's a 4 out of 5, and it's driven by strong winds and tornadoes. Okay, so we could very likely see tornadoes today, maybe even strong, violent, long track tornadoes. Those are possible today in portions of Minnesota. But look at this. The enhanced risk goes down into Idaho, and it tails down into portions of Missouri, southeastern Nebraska, and of course down here in the Topeka region of Kansas. We could very well have some supercell spark off this dry line a little bit later tonight, and that's where we're going to be looking at potentially some big-time storms down there with maybe some tornadoes as well in that region. We actually have a 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of a given point down here, but up here we have a 15% risk or probability, and that risk is hatched. All right, let me show you. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. Let's turn on the tornado probabilities. You see the hatched markings here? Everywhere inside of that, including the 10%, which includes Grand Rapids all the way down to Sioux Falls, but especially in the 15% area, that's where we expect not only tornadoes, but maybe significant tornadoes in excess of EF2 status. All right, so that's what we're looking at today. We're going to see this line of storms that we're seeing form here continue to progress off to the north. We're looking for discrete supercells to pop out in front of it. If that happens, I promise you there will be big tornadoes, okay? If it doesn't, we're still going to have a hard time today with hurricane force wind gusts and embedded MLQCS tornadoes inside of that line, all right? But if we want to see them, if you want to see them coming through Vince's feed or something like that, they have to pretty much come in that discrete mode, which is a big if right now. It's a conditional day as far as that goes. We're not sure if that's going to happen, but it doesn't really matter, because if you live anywhere in the risk zone today, you're going to get a big old thunder boomer. All right, it's going to be a dangerous day for a lot of Minnesota down into portions of South Dakota, Iowa, Nebraska, and of course Missouri and Kansas. Make sure you're weather aware. Make sure you have a way of getting weather warnings and all that good stuff, and make sure you have a plan in place so that if that warning goes through, you know exactly what it is you're going to do. All right. Hey, Lobby Frog, thank you so much for being a member for 2 months. And Goat, thank you for being a member for 4 months. I appreciate y'all. This is our current warning right here. This is the only one that's in effect right now down here near Canova and Unityville. I'm going to take a look at the velocity on this just to check and see what's up there. There is certainly an area of rotation here east of Canova and north of Unityville, but I'm not convinced that we have an imminent tornado here. Let me check on the status here. It's a radar indicated tornado, so we still want everybody in Lake, McCook, and Minor counties to be in their safe spots. These things can change pretty rapidly, but as of right now, I don't suspect that we actually have a tornado down. That could change, though, as this approaches Winfred, Junius, all the way up there towards Ramona, and this is in South Dakota. And I want to show you again the storms that we're looking at here. This is that big, nasty line of storms down from Yankton all the way up into portions of DeSmet, Brookings. This big line of storms is coming through, and it is going to cause a lot of problems. We're not looking at a lot of tornadic activity right now, but very strong winds, straight line damaging winds, and all that good stuff. That's going to be coming through Sioux Falls here within the next little bit. And look at this. We see the purple box. Get a load of that. That is a tornado watch. We already have a tornado watch in effect for a lot of the area out here. And let me show you the graphical information on this. I have retweeted this. It's on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Look at this. Brookings, Madison, Sioux Falls, and Yankton in South Dakota. Marshall and Jackson in Minnesota, Sioux Center, Lamar, Storm Lake in Iowa, Norfolk, Columbus, Fremont, and the Sioux City area, in the tri-state area there. These are all the places that are under a tornado watch right now, and I want to show you the parameters on this. Several tornadoes likely. Remember, it's very important to look at the language on these warnings, because a lot of times it'll say a few tornadoes possible, right? Or it'll say, a couple tornadoes likely or something like this. Now we're seeing several tornadoes likely. So the Storm Prediction Center, the people who are responsible for putting out these things, they're very, very confident in the fact that we're going to see several tornadoes today. So keep that in mind. In the Sioux Falls and Sioux City area, that's what we're looking at. Also, scattered hail up to tennis ball size is likely here. And then we're going to see scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. We got 1 million people under this watch, 688 schools and 73 hospitals all under this watch right here. So it's an 80-50 watch. We've got high probability of tornadoes, a moderate probability of EF2 plus tornadoes, severe wind, that's a high probability, and then of course severe hail, we've got a high probability as well. So this is not your average everyday typical tornado watch. It's a little juicier, and you know, there's no reason to freak out. It's just something that we like to point out here. You've been under 1 million tornado watches in Sioux Falls, but you probably haven't been under very many 80-50 tornado watches with the probabilities being this high. So we want to make sure that everybody is just you know, extra weather aware today. We're not seeing anything on radar right now that leads me to believe that we're getting ready to see an imminent like tornado outbreak or anything like that. But things can change pretty quick. The atmosphere is very ripe for tornadoes today. It's just the mode of storms has to be just right to take advantage of that ripeness before we actually do see what could be potentially possible with this stuff. So right now, Chris FL Tornado is right here. Vince Welty's right here, and Zach Hall is right here. These guys are in a good position because some of the convection allowing models have shown that there will be some additional supercells pop up ahead of the line here in this area, and that could be where we see some of those supercellular tornadoes. But another place to look out for is this area right here. We're going to see on the southern side of this line more cells pop up along that dry line, and they're very quickly going to become a part of the overall line, and this will end up becoming a very large damaging wind problem as it goes up to the north and east. But in their infancy, as they try to maintain their discreteness, we could see quite a few tornadoes spin up out of these storms as well as they go up towards Vermilion, Ponca, Akron, Hinton, Lamar's, Sioux Center, and of course Bresford here along I-35. Here's Storm Chaser Brett Adair. So Brett Adair here is heading south on I-29 towards Sloan. You see his little icon here. He's actually on his way down to Kansas, okay, where Tyler Kurtz is, and these guys are going to be keeping a very close eye on this boundary right here because we do expect some big-time supercells to possibly pop up along this, okay? So there's a lot of different areas that we could see tornadoes today. There's a lot of different areas where the ingredients are coming together for some strong weather, so we're hoping that we've got a bunch of people watching, and if you know anybody in these affected areas, please share it to them. Send it in a text message to a family member or a friend. Put it on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Snapchat, you name it, okay? It'll work. Copy and paste the link, or you can hit the little share button down there at the bottom of the video, and you'll get us out to a bunch of people. That's how this works. We're a team. We work together to make sure that people are seeing this stuff. A lot of people out there don't care about the weather in May. All right, especially up here. All right, May, June, people just kind of tune out the weather. All right, we're going on vacation. We don't care. It's not snow. I'm not worried about it. Well, listen, okay, we need to be a little bit extra weather aware today, and let's make sure that we've got people watching. And the way we do that is just by sharing. Bruce Will, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, I'm from Sioux Falls. I will make sure to keep you updated if I see anything in my area. I will be Bruce Willem on Twitter. Awesome. Yeah, we will watch out for you there. And I appreciate the support. Also, Christy, thank you. And then the Awesome Queen, thanks for being a high-risk member for 2 months. Thank you guys so much for all the support. We are going to jump right into Twitter, all right, where we are currently watching Barry Bones, the most famous and most appreciative weather dog I've ever seen. Okay, this dog is watching our stream every single time we go live, and he doesn't take his eyes off, okay? This is the most weather-aware dog in existence, and we always have to give Barry Bones a shout-out during a stream, all right? So there's Barry Bones. Remember, guys, if you want to send in stuff, pictures, videos, reports, anything like that, please do so through Twitter today. We're on Jay Skippy's TV there, and I'm very thankful to have room on your all's screens today. Very honored. We take this very seriously, and as soon as things start getting serious on the weather end here, we're going to go hyper focused into the radar. Right now, if you're just now tuning in, we've got Lake McCook and Minor counties in South Dakota under a radar indicated tornado warning, but we haven't had a report of a tornado down just yet. All right. All of our storm chasers are connected. Look at this beautiful configuration we have here on the Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube channel. You never see anything else like it anywhere else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the best storm chasers in the world streaming HD video directly to us. Not only are they streaming to us, but we can talk to them, son. You heard of Brandon Kopic? Have you heard of him? Or guess what? I've got him on speed dial. Hey, Brandon. Give us an update, man. Where are you at, and what are you going to be doing next? What do you think about the setup so far today? So we are going to be communicating back and forth with our storm chasers, so we'll wait for Brandon to reply. Remember, Brandon Kopic is in Storm Seeker.
Well, Ryan, right now I'm currently, I think I'm southeast of Alexandria, Minnesota right now. We're currently heading northwest. I know all the other chasers are meandering over by Interstate 35, or excuse me, Interstate 29, and I just decided that, you know, me and Kat were talking about it, and we're going to go up near Alexandria and kind of post up around there. Models are very keen on discrete supercell development to our south in a couple hours, so we're going to be patient and play the game a little bit further east and north. That way when supercells fire to the south, they'll be discrete and they will have a higher tornado potential.
All right, Brandon, you keep us updated. We've got you pulled up, and we are on the edge of our seats waiting to see what happens. All right, just ping me anytime something pops up on your stream. Also, by the way, guys, just in case you didn't know, Brandon Kopic's in Storm Chaser number 3. If you're like, what in the world are you talking about, Ryan? What's Storm Chaser number 3? Well, you gotta follow me on Twitter, first of all, so you can keep up with all this stuff. But I do want to show you very quickly what we're talking about here. Vince and Brandon are now officially kind of, I guess, sponsored by Ryan Hall Y'all and the Y'all Squad, and we've hooked them up with thousands of dollars of medical supplies. We've stocked their cars full of, I mean, just literally anything that you could possibly need, and the plan is to hand those out to first responders who may have ran out or directly victims of storms, you know, after they hit, because Vince and Brandon are pretty much always going to be where the tornado hits, so we're going to be right there for them. And because I am me, I decided to also give them some really nice looking wraps on their cars. All right. So Storm Seeker number 3, this is what Brandon's driving right here. Once again, stocked up full of medical supplies and just general supplies. We got phone chargers, power banks, hundreds of flashlights. We got chainsaws at the wazoo. Okay. This is like nothing you've ever seen before. All right. If your town was to unfortunately get struck by a tornado, you're going to be very happy to see one of the Storm Seekers rolling up, okay? Because literally they are there to help. And they're not taking the place of police or first responders or anything like that. They're just there to assist. Once again, we've got the supplies. You need something? There you go. And then Storm Seeker number 4, Vince Welty. We've got him set up there with the lime green Storm Seeker number 4. And what's cool about his is he's actually got the Radar Omega Cyclone Port weather station on top, which means that not only can we see his feed when he's streaming to us, but if you have the Radar Omega app, you can go right into the app right now on your phone. Go ahead, open it up with me. Go over to South Dakota, south of Brookings, and you can see right here, Vince Welty's little icon. We need to change that to his car. It needs to look like his car in the app. That would be super cool. But anyways, you click on it, and then bada bing, bada boom, you see his stream. You see his live feed pop up here. We've got 20 of you guys watching with me. And guess what? You can also see the temperature, the humidity, the dew point, the pressure, and then a log of all of this data over the past 12 hours right underneath of it, okay? So we can see everything that's going on through his vehicle right here within the Radar Omega app. If you want to follow along with this, there's a link in the description on iOS and Android. You can get it on either one. Best radar app there is. Anyways, so that's cool, right? Now,
a
each
new
Storm
tornado
Seeker
warning has
been
been
its
issued.
own thing. Oh, by the way, we got another tornado warning that was just issued for Lake County, McCook County, South Dakota. That looks like a continuation of the one that we were looking at not too long ago. Let me just double check here. Make sure I'm not wrong on that. I do believe that's the case, but I don't see the warning yet. Let me pull that up. Make sure I've got warnings turned on. I do. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be a new warning. Down here, just to the south and west of Vince Welty right now, actually, and once again, that's going to be for Lake and McCook counties in South Dakota. Radar indicated. This does include Canistota and Montrose, Madison, Ramona, and Nunda. Okay, this looks to me like a very large precautionary radar indicated tornado warning, as we do have this very large area of conflicting wind directions kind of converging on each other here. We've got a lot of inbounds coming in from Franklin, Orland, and Montrose, slamming right into those really intense outbounds, or the green looking colors here that are going towards the radar. Remember, the red is going away from the radar, the green's going towards the radar. You kind of converge these boundaries a little bit, and when they meet, there's going to be multiple areas where we have quick spin up tornadoes right here in this general area. So if I'm in Orland, Colony, or Montrose, I'd be definitely watching out for this big storm as it comes into my area, because we are concerned about multiple areas where quick spin up tornadoes can happen. It's impossible for us to tell you exactly where the tornado is or where it's going to be because of the nature of this kind of storm, but everybody in Lake and McCook counties in South Dakota needs to go ahead and take shelter now. Frank, can you go ahead and turn on the PTZ camera for me? So anyways, we're going to check back and forth on this storm here as we go forward, and it looks like we already have some news, so let's go check on that. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, I've actually got a really interesting picture and video I'm sending over to you right now that I think you'll like to take a look at. And it comes from Springfield, South Dakota, which is extreme southeastern South Dakota. So I'm sending you a video. I think you'll enjoy it.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to take a look at that video right here in a second. By the way, for everybody that's on the team, I have not been in my normal place, but I'm going there now. Ryan stream text. Okay. All right. Carly, where did we get this from? Oh, I see. Let me double check this here. Okay, all right, yeah, here we go. That's wrong. I don't know. So this is on Facebook, and I've never once shown a video from Facebook before, so I don't have anything set up for it. But look at this. This looks like a video from Springfield, South Dakota, about an hour ago, and it looks like there was a tornado there. Let me pull up that image here. So once again, this is not current, I don't believe. I believe it was about an hour ago, but look at this. This is a tornado from near Springfield, South Dakota. So thank you, Carly, for letting us know about that. And by the way, guys, if you can do so safely, pictures, videos, anything like that that you have that can contribute to what we're trying to do here, spreading the word, letting people know how dangerous these storms are, even, stuff like that. It's important that people know that in Springfield, South Dakota, not too long ago, we might have had a tornado, as you just saw. And if you're downstream or if you're in front of that line of storms, you could see the same thing. All right. So if you can do so safely, send us pictures and videos today of hail, or anything that you've got going on there in your area, and we will share that here. You can do that on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all, Facebook or Instagram, or of course, pics at RyanHallYall.com. We still have a good chance of supercells happening today. I still believe that we have a really unfortunate real probability of seeing several long track supercells with maybe big hail cores and of course tornadoes. That's going to be a problem today, but we're starting kind of early. It's 2:53 on the East Coast. I think by 4 p.m. that's when things are going to start to go a little bit nuts. Okay, and then we're going to be here with you from 4 to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, probably all the way to 10 p.m. As these storms continue to track to the northeast. And that's what we're looking at right now. If you're just now tuning in, I do want to show you the only tornado warning that we have in effect right now is for Lake and McCook counties. This is a very strong storm, guys. If you're in Orland or Franklin, tornado or not, you're going to get punched in the face with a big old wall of wind here within the next little bit. And these damaging winds can be in excess of hurricane force. So you don't want to be outside. And you might as well, even though we don't have like a dedicated, like, okay, here's the couplet, here's where the tornado is. Even though we don't have that, you might as well just pretend like we do and it's coming right for you. Okay, go ahead and get in your safe spot, hunker down, cover your head with a helmet or anything like that. And then we'll let you know. Either I will verbally let you know or you will stop seeing your county down here in the ticker whenever it's time to come out. All right, because this is an incredibly dangerous storm that's approaching Orland, Franklin, and Chester here in South Dakota. Let's take a look at some stuff, okay? We've got a hodograph here that I want to show you. Wow. Now that is a beefy hodograph. I don't know how many of you guys are new here. I don't know how many of you guys have heard me explain this before, but basically, in the most rudimentary way that I can explain it whatsoever, what you're looking at here is an observed sounding, okay, from the Sioux Falls region. And this is around that active warning right now. So it's entering this environment. And basically, the National Weather Service sends up weather balloons and they fly up into the sky and they record data as they go up and they send it back to the National Weather Service and they plot it on this graph right here. This is what we call the hodograph. All right. This is what we call a danger noodle. All right. This thing right here. And whenever it's curved, whenever your noodle is curved, it is extra dangerous, all right? And this one isn't just curved. It's stretched out, elongated, and curved, all right? So we've got an extremely dangerous danger noodle right here, and it sounds funny, I know, but this is what we're looking at as we go into the future. We're in the infancy. We're in the very dawning beginning stage of this potential outbreak, and this is the environment that those storms are going into. And remember, a lot of times storms will take on the shape of hodographs. So if we're looking at discrete supercells later, we will look for possibly the rotational part being down here and then seeing a lot of that precipitation out in front of it like that. So the tornado, when we look at it on radar, would be down there on the bottom. So once again, this is an observed sounding, and that's what we could be dealing with here within the next little bit. Also, we're going to take a look at a radar, or a simulated radar from the HRRR here. This is from the 17Z, and as you can see, long track, potentially big time supercells with large hail cores and maybe even a few intense tornadoes are going to be possible all across Minnesota as we go later on into this afternoon and evening. Okay, so I wanted to show you something here. Let me pull up Brandon's feed. We were talking about the Storm Seekers. Remember, Brandon Kopic's in the Rainbow One Storm Seeker number 3. His Storm Seeker's special ability is that he's got a PTZ camera on top of it. I want to show you what that looks like right now. So this is a camera that is on top of Brandon's car, all right? And check it out. I have the ability to move the camera. So how many times have we heard Vince say, or Brandon or anybody say, hey, there's a tornado right behind me, but all we can do is look out the windshield, right? We can't see. And that's not a problem no more. Let's say we want to go right. All right, all I got to do is turn the daggone thing right. All right, and then if I wanted to go left, all I got to do is turn the daggone thing left. And that we can do that with our PTZ controls here. Now, one of the things that is getting in my way right now of demonstrating this is that there's a little bit of a connectivity problem. There we go. All right, you can see how it's rotating now. So we have the ability to completely turn this camera all the way around 360 degrees. We can also flip it up and flip it down. So if there's a tornado right on top of him, he says, we'll double check him on that. We're fact checking him over here, and we're going to turn this camera straight up to the sky, and we're going to double check on that. Okay. So once again, I have these guys are well over 1,000 miles away from me, and here I am, literally controlling the camera on top of their car. Now, of course, with internet connectivity, if they're in a bad service zone, I'm not going to be able to do this as fluidly as I would like to, but it's still pretty cool. As you can see, I've turned the camera up now to look directly up at the sky. So that's what we're talking about right now. That is the Storm Seeker number 3 special ability. And remember, Storm Seeker number 4 is that you can look at the weather station data on Radar Omega. Eventually, we want to get all of our chasers on this, though. That's the ultimate goal. Okay, Frank, you can turn that off now. But yeah, how cool is that, guys? I think we're really going somewhere here. All right, we're progressing. We are making this better. We've done a lot of work to try to just do things that other people aren't doing and make it just something different, you know. Because not only I understand that not only is this an incredible way for people to get life-saving information. Not only is this extremely helpful to the residents in Arlington and Brookings and Del Rapids and all these places that are watching right now, but it also, I know for a fact that there are thousands of people that are watching right now that don't even live in those areas. Okay, so we're trying to make sure that we do everything that we can to not only make this informative, but also, I guess, interactive or entertaining, so that whenever the big storm hits, whenever the big one comes, the next Mayfield or whatever it might be, we want to make sure that we've got a lot of people watching, because I really do think that what we're doing here is special, it's different, and it's better than a lot of different ways. Somebody just like looking at their app to try to get warning informations or something like that. I don't think that that's the way to go. I think if we can get a lot of those people who normally just do that over here watching our channel, people are going to be better off. So let's go check out Vince's live feed here. You can see that Vince is near Volga, South Dakota. And if we look at his location on the radar, he is actually right on the edge of that tornado warning. I believe that he's going to go for this road over here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the road that goes just to the road that goes between Chester and Coleman. He's probably going to turn south right here and try to intercept this part of the storm, because this, if there's any part of the storm that looks tornadic right now, it's that. The part that's over Orland right now. If there's going to be a spin-up tornado that happens, it's going to happen in this area more than likely. And Vince is probably going to try to position himself right there in the Wentworth or Peninsula Park region to try to get ahead of that. So that's what we're watching right now. Remember, we only have one tornado warning at the current moment, and that is for Lake and McCook counties in South Dakota. But we have a large area that's under a tornado watch. A tornado watch is in effect for everybody in the purple boxes there. All right, let me turn this off, and then we'll go over that tornado watch with you again as soon as I find the stuff for you here. Give me just a second. I got to find the graphic on that again. I did retweet it on Twitter. There we go. All right, so let me just show you this again. Several tornadoes likely. Scattered hail up to tennis ball size, and scattered wind gust up to 75 miles per hour. And look at oh, by the way, Brandon Kopic's way up here, which is probably a good position to be in, because remember, if we were looking at the models earlier, some of the strongest tornadoes are likely to happen. If they happen at all, they're going to happen right in this area. So Brandon's already up here ready to anticipate them. Let's pull up the models, by the way, on Radar Omega. This is something that you can do if you have one of the higher tier subscriptions. Let's go through this together, because there's always people asking me, how do I do that? Let me show you. Okay, let me show you. I'm going to click the hamburger, the 3-stack icon right here. All right, and I'm going to go to, you can do this on your phone too, your iPad, whatever you've got. I'm going to go to single site radar. I'm going to change that to models, convection allowing, and then the high resolution rapid refresh model. We're going to go back up here. We can select, oops, let me show you that actually. There we go. We're going to go right here. We're going to select 17Z because it's the most recent one that's fully loaded. And we're going to make sure that we have the composite reflectivity pulled up, which is what we've got. So let's zoom out here, and if you click and hold the play button, you actually get prompted with a slider. And with the slider, you can do what I do in the videos, and you can move it back and forth. You see at the bottom of the screen there, I'm pulling it forward, backward, forward, backward. That slider is incredibly useful to have. So this is on the HRRR, the high resolution rapid refresh model on Radar Omega. Simple as this. All right, you can have literally the same thing that your local news uses more than likely as their Futurecast or whatever it is that they call their future radar. This is it, and this is basically the same exact thing. And now you can zoom in here. And let's take a look at what's going to happen as we go into the future. All right, so right now it's 3 p.m. This is pretty much what the radar looks like, right? That's a good sign. Whenever you look at the initialization of a model and it looks pretty close to what's actually happening, that's a good sign. Now it's going to simulate what could happen in the future. So this isn't exactly what the radar is going to look like. It's going to be off, but it's going to give us a good idea as to what could happen. All right, so let's check it out. Let's pull this forward to 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m. Look at this. So right here around 4 or 5 p.m., we're going to see new storms pop up right in this area. And according to the HRRR, they are very quickly going to turn into monster supercells up here in central Minnesota, west of St. Cloud, near Sauk Center, Melrose, Litchfield, Wilmar, Wadena. This is why I thought that Brandon, I think that he's in a good spot because he's anticipating these storms. And these storms are going to be right smack dab in the middle of some of the most favorable conditions for tornadoes I have seen in a long time. So if they form, once again, it's a big if, we're going to see more than likely a pretty significant situation unfold here. But also, we've got storms back here that we have to watch on the southern side of that main line. And then we're also watching the development of, once again, that secondary line, still a tornado threat right there. And then we're watching, look at this, down here in Kansas, maybe around 7 p.m. this evening, right near Wichita, up here near Topeka and Atchison, we might see additional supercells form. And these are also in a pretty ripe area for supercellular activity, maybe even some rotating updrafts and tornadoes. All right. So we're looking at this on the simulated radar, and the two areas that I'm most concerned with, once again, if we start seeing these supercells pop up here in the next couple of hours, we're going to have a long night, I think. I'm not going to put it lightly for you. I think that right there is going to be a pretty significant situation. And then, unfortunately, right after those start to die out, our focus is probably going to have to shift down here around 8 p.m. Eastern to northeastern Kansas or eastern Kansas, because those will also have the potential to produce large hail damaging winds and tornadoes all the way through 10 p.m., maybe even later than that. So we're going to be here for a while, y'all. It's 3 p.m. on the East Coast, and we're going to be here probably till 10 or 11. So make sure you like the stream. Make sure you hit the like button, just like you would on a regular YouTube video. That will promote us in the algorithm and get us in front of more people who vitally need this information. A lot of people don't understand the difference between a moderate risk and an enhanced risk and all that stuff. So it's important that people are kind of introduced to this different way of receiving weather information, because from what I can tell, people like it. People
Hey
like
Ryan,
it a
it's
lot
Chris.
more.
I think I have a tornado right now on me.
All right, let's switch over to Chris FL Tornado. My goodness, he sure does. Chris FL Tornado is near Crooks, South Dakota. Looks like a funnel cloud right in front of him there. Let me pull up his exact location for you here. Once again, Chris FL Tornado is near Crooks, South Dakota, and he's got a tornado right on the stream. And guess what? That I don't know if the part of the storm that he's looking at is in the tornado warning or not, but he's just outside of it. Look at this. Chris is here. The tornado warning stops here, so I don't know which direction he's looking. Let's ask him. Let's ask good old Chris what direction he was looking in. I don't know. Chris, do you know what direction you're looking in right now?
Southwest.
Southwest. Okay, so that is he is pointing towards the part of the storm that is inside of the warning. Okay, so from what I can tell, just from looking at this, it might have lifted, but we still have a really interesting looking lowering in front of us here. You saw how quick that was. This is exactly why this entire area, the entire Lake County, South Dakota area is under a tornado warning. We're going to see that happen all up and down this line. I don't care if you're in Nunda, Rutland, Wentworth, all the way down to Madison, Ramona. We're going to see these tornadoes just kind of drop out of the sky for a brief period of time. That's why we call them brief spin-ups. And then they'll go away. But guess what? If they drop in your neighborhood, it's going to cause a major problem. All right, so we want to take shelter no matter where we are. All right, they don't have to be long track tornadoes before they can significantly impact your life. So let's make sure everybody is getting into their safe spots now. And if we could get a screenshot or a little clip of that, I'd love to replay that. If somebody could send that to me, I really appreciate it. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, just wanted to give you a quick update on those storms that went through Minor and McCook counties in South Dakota. So we do have thunderstorm wind damage being reported in Salem, South Dakota in association with those storms. And they do have widespread power outages there right now. We've also got the spotter network reporting 1-inch hail in Roberts County, South Dakota, which is a little bit north in those northern severe thunderstorm warnings. So even outside of the tornado threat, which is big today, we are expecting some damaging winds as well. And flash flooding, of course, is another major concern for today too. So,
all right, thank you so much, Carly. And Andy, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, take a look south of the current tornado warning and south of Sioux Falls near Wakanda, South Dakota, I believe, in Irene. It did weaken on the last scan. However, that supercell is exhibiting a classic hook echo and does have broad rotation within that hook echo. So that is one to watch. Make sure you are on that path.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, Andy, for that. We are going to keep an incredibly close eye on that for sure. Let's actually use Radar Omega to go look at it. And I'm going to come back over here. I'm going to hit radar, single site radar. And guys, Chris's feed doesn't have a tornado on it anymore. That's why I'm not showing it. He is still after that same storm. But I do want to go take a look at what Andy was just talking about. Here's the supercell. Really interesting presentation there on radar. And if we take a look at the velocity on there, it does look like it's tightening up. It does look like it's tightening up. So this is near Centerville, Viborg, Centerville and Viborg. I think I'm saying that right. I would definitely watch out as this storm does look like it's going to try to develop into a classic supercell here within the next little bit. Tornado warning right now for Lake County, South Dakota. We actually just saw a tornado. We just saw a tornado through Chris FL Tornadoes live stream that we just put up on the stream not too long ago. Still waiting to see if we can get a recap of that or a screenshot or something. If we could get that, that'd be great. And so I can show you what that looked like. But we did have a brief spin up there, and that was from Chris FL Tornado, and that was on the northern extent of the warning area. So it was somewhere between Oldham and Ramona. All right, and that part of the storm is actually going to go up towards Volga and Brookings. Now, it's not still producing a tornado. In fact, it looked like it was a very brief, but these kinds of things will intermittently produce tornadoes during their entire life. Vince Welty, Storm Chaser Vince Welty, is right here. You can see his little icon there on the Radar Omega app. I'm going to click on him. 70 degrees. It's only 70 degrees out in front of this storm, which is pretty interesting. But the dew point is 67. All right, so it's juicy out there. The main driving factor for these storms, I believe, is going to be the upper level support or the mid-level support with the wind shear. So thermodynamics are certainly there, but it's not like it's 85 degrees out in front of them. But which, of course, this area has been worked over by a couple of rain showers here recently, and you can see that even right in front of them, we've got a new developing rain shower there. But even just looking at that, you can see the shear in the air. You can see how the top of that cloud is getting just absolutely worked on in the mid-levels by the differing wind speed and direction up there. And then you can also see that the storms today are promoting low surfaces. so that the base of that storm is a little bit lower to the ground. So certainly maybe a prelude to what could become an active tornado day today as these storms move off to the north and east and enter an even more favorable atmosphere. A couple of strong tornadoes and widespread damaging wind gusts are expected in Minnesota today. Look at this, guys. Holy smokes. That's some strong words there in a mesoscale convective discussion.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A couple of strong tornadoes and a widespread damaging wind gusts are expected in Minnesota. A tornado watch is likely. So a new tornado watch is likely going to be issued for this area as we expect a couple of strong tornadoes today. So the National Weather Service agrees with me on the idea that if those supercells go up in the way that the HRRR or the way that a lot of the convective allowing models are suggesting, it's going to be nasty. It's going to get wild out there. We got a new tornado warning, y'all. Let me take you to that. Let me take you to the radar, and I'll show you the brand new tornado warning, and it is going to be for the same storm that produced the brief tornado that we saw from Chris. Okay, so this area right here, this part of the storm that's getting ready to go through Nunda, and then eventually it'll go through Egan, Wentworth, Madison. It's going through Madison now. Ward, Dell Rapids, Baltic, Colton, all these places in South Dakota, on the southeastern side of South Dakota. This entire line is going to have the ability to drop a brief spin-up tornado. So make sure you are prepared for that. And check it out. Storm chaser Vince Welty is right smack dab in the middle of that warning. And let's hear what he has to say. I'm interested in what good old Vince Welty has to say. Let's hit him up now. Hey Vince, we've got your feed pulled up, and we just noticed that you are in the middle of a tornado warning now, a radar indicated tornado warning. Just wondering what your plan is. Are you going to wait and kind of intercept this line, or are you trying to keep up with a certain cell that's popping up out in front of it, or what? So once again, Storm Chaser Vince Welty and Storm Seeker.
Yeah, we got to get down to that tail end, Charlie. There's that cell that's just south of Sioux Falls. That looks like it could be a big problem later. This looks like a pretty blanket tornado warning right now. Once we get to the south end of this tornado warning, I'll probably stop and we'll let this line come to us a bit. But unless there's a well-defined target, we'll have to stay ahead of it as quickly as it's moving. And the road network out here, the road network is fine. However, it's a little bit slow going due to gravel roads. So we'll have to stay out ahead of this thing, otherwise we'll fall behind it. But yeah, we're in the middle of that right now, approaching Coleman on I-29. So we'll let you know if we see anything out here.
Yeah, I agree with you. Going south is the way to go, but keep an eye out to the west, because Chris FL Tornado is on that same storm. He's just a little bit further to your north and west, and we actually saw a very brief, probably about a 10-second long tornado on his stream just moments ago. So this thing is dropping little MLQS tornadoes all up and down the line.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It looks like that's going to be a big problem today. And I see that the funnel cloud got reported also on the spotter network there, so that kind of goes along with that as well. So thanks for that update.
All right, Storm Chaser Vince Welty and Storm Seeker number 4. Heading down the road. You heard him say tail end Charlie, right? A tail end Charlie. He's referring to this storm. And why is he calling it a tail end Charlie? Well, because it's at the tail end, Charlie. All right. And usually, remember, we talk a lot about how ingredients in the atmosphere, nadir juice, right? You've heard me say nadir juice a million times. Usually whenever you have nadir juice available, like we do today, we have a lot of nadir juice in the air for these storms to kind of feed off of. The more storms you have and the bigger those storms are, the more each storm takes up the nadir juice for themselves, right? So if you have a lot of nadir juice but you only have one storm, it's able to utilize more of it and become a bigger storm, right? The reason why storm chasers often go after the tail end Charlie is because look at this mess up here. All these storms, any nadir juice that's available out in front of them, they're sharing it amongst everyone, right? But if you come down here to the storm on the end, this one actually has the unique ability to kind of utilize all of the ingredients out in front of it for itself. Okay, so we do expect that maybe this storm will become much stronger than what a lot of the northernmost storms could become in this situation. So that's why Vince and Zach actually are heading towards that storm right now. Zach Hall. So let's actually talk to Zach. Hey, Zach and Freddie from Vortex Chasing. How you guys doing? We're watching the stream, and we're seeing that you're getting pretty close to that tail end Charlie storm there near Lennox. Just wanted to hear what your thoughts are on it right now and what your guys' plans are as we go forward. So let's see if we can hear back from Zach here within the next little bit. All right. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for this. I'll show you guys. Chris is here. The tornado warning stops here. Section he was looking in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah. That's actually, I don't think that's the right part.
Ryan, you have a copy on this?
But you had the right idea. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, well, we did.
Sorry about that. I was having some Zello issues. We had to stop at gas station for just a moment. But yeah, we're headed south to this. We feel like this is probably our best bet right now as far as tornado potential goes to have any sort of visibility. So we're going to give it a chance and get south and see what we can see. We might have to reposition north and east just a little bit because of quick storm motions, though.
Yeah, sounds good. That storm just to your south, I'd watch it very closely. It's developing a couplet, and that's kind of the one that we're watching most closely right now. But if it doesn't do anything very quickly, I agree with you. Getting up to the north and to the east is going to be the way to go. I think a higher end tornado watch will likely be issued up there in Minnesota within the next little bit. I don't know if it'll be a PDS watch or anything like that, but certainly the conditions are becoming more and more favorable for those big supercells to pop up like the HRRR has been promoting. All right, so that's Zach and Frankie from Vortex Chasing. They're near T, South Dakota, and they've got to make a decision, right? Are they going to, pay attention? Are they going to stay with this storm right here, the tail end Charlie? Or are they going to go up to I-90, head east and head north in anticipation of these larger supercells that will likely form up here later this evening? So I don't tell them what to do. A lot of people think that I'm just back here, kind of coordinating, telling them all what to do. I let them do whatever it is they want to do. We're just here to watch, just in case they get anything, so that we can kind of give you a heads up on what's actually happening on the ground. So let me come over here to the radar again, and I'm going to load up the velocity so that we can kind of get an updated look at what this storm is looking like. And there's still a very interesting area of rotation here near Hurley and Davis. No tornado warning as of right now, but that's kind of the area that we're watching right now for potential rotation as it moves up towards Lennox. And then we do have a new tornado warning that was just issued not too long ago. I'm sure you saw it pop up on the screen, and that's going to be for Brookings, Kingsbury, and Lake counties. And then that's going to be also for Minnehaha, and Moody counties. I think that I'm saying that right. Minnehaha, I think, in Moody counties in South Dakota. You're under a tornado warning there. So once again, the reason they issued this northernmost tornado warning is for the same exact reason why they issued it for the southern one. It's a radar indicated blanket warning. It's a precautionary warning. Look at this, guys. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh man, I got 6, 7. I see 7 places where tornadoes could be, literally, along this line, and it really is that simple. There are going to be multiple brief spin-up tornadoes pop up all the way up and down this line, and they're going towards Volga and Bruce. Okay, please take shelter immediately if you guys are in this area. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, to echo what you said, just just real quick, we do have someone listening to a feed in Minnehaha, and by the way, chat is saying that you did pronounce that right. But we are hearing that there was some rotation being spotted there in Minnehaha, so we'll keep an ear out for that for you if anything happens further.
All right, thank you so much, Carly. So we're watching Minnehaha County. We're watching Lake Moody, Brookings, Kingsbury, and or Kingsbury counties. If you're in any of those, you just go ahead and take shelter. This is not the day where I can point at the velocity couplet and tell you exactly which Walmart the storm is next to. Usually I can do that, all right? But today, at least during this storm in particular, I can't, all right? The whole daggone thing's got naders dropping out of it left and right. So we want everybody to get into shelter in Bruce, Brookings, Rutland, and everywhere off to the east and northeast. All right, so... yeah, here we go. Here's a nice little screenshot of that funnel cloud / tornado that we saw earlier. Literally, I don't know if it made contact with the ground, but we're assuming that it did. It kind of looked like it did to me, and Chris said that it might have. So this is kind of what we're looking at along this line. The reason they're issuing these tornado warnings is because this is going to happen multiple times along this line. And it's, you know, if it hits a community, if it hits your house, it is going to cause damage. So you don't want to be just in the living room hanging out. All right. You want to take me in on your phone or an iPad or something like that into your storm shelter and just keep me with you. All right. And we will get through this. All right. Yeah, we got all kinds of stuff now. We got all kinds of stuff on Twitter now. Thank you guys for sending me all the screenshots of the tornado. And also thank you to everyone who is tuning in. This is it's always great to see everybody's just seeing people watch. It's cool. It's kind of like a tradition on the channel. Everybody sends a picture of of them watching. By the way, real quick before we get into the nitty gritty of covering this potential tornado outbreak. We're still in the early stages of it. Things haven't gotten legit yet. Things haven't gotten too serious just yet. I do want to show you real quick a promo for Nader Beans Coffee. ShopRyanHall.com now has Nader Beans Coffee. We worked really, really hard on this, so I do want to show this just in case anybody wants it. I think after I show this, it'll be gone pretty quickly. So if you want to go get it, now's the time to do it. ShopRyanHall.com. Check it out. It's roasted in my hometown. And you're like, why? Why, Ryan? Why are you selling coffee? What's up with this? Well, just in case you didn't know, we do the merch sales. We take a portion of all of the proceeds, including from the coffee, and we donate it to people. We've done so much for people, and I'm getting ready to post a video about it, but we have gotten people who have been impacted by tornadoes. We just literally call them up and like, hey, like build a $3,000 or $5,000 Amazon wish list and send it to me, and I'll buy it and I'll just have it shipped to you. Like that's what we're doing, like because people are buying so many T-shirts, and like, you know, obviously for people who get hit by a tornado, that's incredibly valuable to be able to replace stuff like that. We've paid for people's home deductibles. We sent a newly married couple who had their house destroyed. We sent them on a second honeymoon to help them get their minds off of it. We also put thousands of dollars into Vince Welty's and Brandon Kopic's cars worth of bandages, health. I don't even know what half the crap is, to be honest with you. I was looking at it, and like Vince used to be an EMT, used to drive an ambulance and all that stuff, and he knew what it was, but I didn't. All right, but there's a lot of it, and it's going to help people. And every single bit of this we couldn't do without y'all getting stuff over there on ShopRyanHall.com. So thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Now let's get back into the storm coverage here. Hopefully, that today any tornadoes that happen, they
hey
happen
Ryan,
out in the
something
field.
is going on right here.
Okay, all right. Let's pull up Chris's feed. He said something is going on right here. Okay, so this is a live look at Chris FL Tornado's feed. He's got really strong winds right in front of him. I'm going to try to find his exact location. Oh, man. Okay, so that is what his feed looks like right now. You see how the winds are whipping right in front of him here? Let me very quickly take you back to the radar and show you this. Talk about a quick spin up tornado. That could be happening right here, just right behind him there. And we could see that. I think that's what we're seeing developing right in front of him. So let me give him an update. Yeah, we're looking at your location on radar, and you're right next to a developing couplet on the front side of that storm, to where it looks like another one of those spin-up tornadoes is happening. Right now, according to what I'm looking at, it looks like it's just to your north. So if there's something down, I think that's where it would be, but I don't see anything on your camera feed just yet. So this is Chris FL Tornado. Very strong winds on this front of this storm too. Even without a tornado, it's going to be causing damage out there. Chris FL Tornado is kind of always there. He's always around the tornado that everybody else isn't around. I don't know if you guys have noticed that or not. But like a lot of times if there's a tornado, like in our last stream, I think, there's like 5 of our chasers were all on it. Right? Like 5, but Chris, he's always on the one tornado that nobody else is on. So, by the way, he is south of Volga, south and west of Brookings in South Dakota. This is the storm that's getting ready to move into Brookings right now that could be producing an intermittent or very brief tornado. And I'm telling you guys, there's a lot of these areas where I think this is happening. Look at up here near Castlewood. That could be a tornado. I mean, some of this you can't tell 100% because there's so much, I guess, contamination in the radar data. But certainly, we just need to assume that all of them are actually rotating areas of water vapor that could cause damage. Bruce, coming for you. The one that Chris FL Tornado just went through is heading towards Brookings. And then, of course, we still have multiple areas all up and down this line that's coming towards Trent and Del Rapids that's going to cause problems as well. So this is the velocity scan. This is what it looks like on a regular radar, which is what you guys are most likely used to seeing. And let me tell you something. It's going to be really unfortunate. Whenever these storms do start popping up here in this area, or this area specifically, because this is like the most notorious radar hole in the country. We got a radar hole. We got a radar here, a radar here, a radar here, a radar here, and a radar here. Nothing in the middle of that. So this area right here, we're just flying by our storm chasers pretty much. If we end up seeing a tornado pop up there, because the radar coverage is suboptimal. All right, let's come back over to Chris. See what he's looking at. Ooh, looks like I can't tell. It looks like maybe he's got something over there. Obviously, it's really hard to see, which is a really important thing to note. If you're under a tornado warning today, and you've got a big line of storms coming towards you, and we're expecting brief spin up tornadoes or those MLQCS tornadoes. You're not going to be able to see them most of the time. Okay, a lot of times they're going to be shielded in rain, and you shouldn't even look for them. Okay, you need to just be in your safe spot, and you got to get there quickly. You don't want to go outside and try to look for the tornado. You're not going to see it until it's right on top of you. So here's another one of those spin up tornadoes that was caught earlier. This is near Madison, South Dakota. Carly just dropped this to me, and you can see it right there.
Yes, Ryan.
You can see it right there. So once again, these don't look impressive, but I would just about bet my bottom dollar that we've probably seen 15 of these already today. And if they happen to come down in your area, you're going to wish that you were in your safe spot. So if you're not there, get there. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I just saw on Twitter, I just posted that tweet and stream text for you that there will be a PDS tornado watch indicating probabilities of tornadoes being above 80% for both categories, 2 or more, and also the potential for significant tornadoes. That will not include most of the Twin Cities metro. It will include the western periphery of it, but not most of Minneapolis and St. Paul. More than likely, this area where I'm at as well will be in a separate tornado watch with lower probabilities later on. But yes, this will be our main focus area. You'll see that watch pretty soon come through our system once it's properly issued. But we've got that information ahead of time that there will be a PDS tornado watch until 10 p.m. for southern Minnesota and adjacent parts of the Dakotas.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy, for that very important piece of information. Guys, it does look like, like Andy just said, a PDS watch will be issued up here where that mesoscale convective discussion was issued earlier. It's going to include a lot of Minnesota, but not quite into the Twin Cities area. We'll show you the graphic on that whenever it comes out, and of course you'll see it pop up here where it always does. A PDS tornado watch is rare, and I couldn't tell you the last time we had an actual PDS tornado watch on the stream. Usually we've seen plenty of high parameter tornado watches. We've seen high-end tornado watches before.
New information. This
But
tornado
I can tell you the last
warning
time
has
we
been
saw a
upgraded.
PDS watch, which is something else. Looks like we got a confirmed tornado in Brookings County, South Dakota. Let's go ahead and ring the alarm there. Everybody pay attention. Things are getting serious now. We have a confirmed tornado warning for Brookings County, South Dakota. And that's going to be up here near where Chris FL Tornado is. I wouldn't doubt if, what he was just in was the beginning stages of that tornado. That's what we're looking at right now. We have a tornado watch, a confirmed tornado near Brookings and Bruce in Brookings County, South Dakota. So this is a very dangerous situation. Make sure you get into your safe spot and you cover your head. Once again, it could be any one of these areas of rotation right here that's approaching Brooks that actually has that confirmed tornado with it, okay? Once again, this is an observed tornado. I want to see weather spotters confirmed the tornado near Sinai at 2:19 p.m. All right, a damaging tornado is on the ground. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur, and tree damage is likely. The tornadic storm is going to move off to the north and east here towards Johnsonville and White and North Grove Addition before too long. All right, so we have a confirmed or an observed tornado here in this portion of South Dakota. We currently have 2 tornado warnings. We got the one for Lake, Minnehaha, and Moody counties. That's still radar indicated, but we've seen multiple tornadoes come out of that. They're brief and they're small, but we have seen them. Now we have that confirmed tornado warning for Brookings County, and we officially have the PDS watch. I got to show you this. We're also going to ring the alarm on this one, guys. I'm retweeting this. All right, let's come over here. The National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center has issued a tornado watch, a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And this includes St. Cloud. This includes Wilmar, Alexandria, Fergus Falls, Detroit Lakes, and Grand Rapids, Minnesota. Doesn't quite make it into Minneapolis, but it's just to the west. Wow. Several strong tornadoes likely. Widespread hail up to tennis ball size, and widespread wind gusts
tornado watch has been
up
issued.
to 80 miles per hour likely. 1.2 million people. 714 schools, and 68 hospitals are under this tornado watch. This is a high-tier tornado watch. Look here. This is a particularly dangerous situation. We've seen a lot of PDS warnings on this channel, but once again, I really don't know when the last time we saw a PDS watch was. So we were talking earlier about the higher level watch that was issued for the south and west of here that we've kind of been tracking over the past little bit. We're talking about how if you live in Wilmar or St. Cloud, you've probably been under a 100 or 200 tornado watches in your life, or probably even more than that. But I can just about bet you can count on both hands how many PDS tornado watches you've been under, possibly one hand. So it's just it's very important to communicate that this is different than a normal watch. The probabilities for not only tornadoes, but strong, violent tornadoes are much higher than usual. Okay. So we, once again, if we see those supercells pop up, which it continues to look like we might, we are going to see some very strong storms, and unfortunately, more than likely, some very large,
tree down
damaging
from the storm.
tornadoes in this area. And that was Chris that just came through, but his feed's frozen for me, so I'm going to give him a second. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, take a look at the cell again to the south that is not warned yet. The rotation is starting to tighten near Lenox, South Dakota. This should take a track into or near Sioux Falls. So if it continues to organize, that is a huge deal. So we need to be weather aware there already, and watching that cell closely. That might be the one to do it for now.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Andy. We're focused on that area now. This is the storm that we were referring to as the tail end Charlie not too long ago. And yeah, this thing is trying to really get its act together. It's trying to rotate enough to produce a tornado here south of the Sioux Falls region. It's currently not. Okay, it's currently not. We currently don't have a tornado warning for Sioux Falls, but certainly y'all should be watching out. Okay, this is going to be a strong storm with or without a tornado, but we're watching the southern side of the storm specifically for an increased area of rotation to potentially pop up here within the next little bit. So Sioux Falls, watch out. We're going to be with you through this storm, through the entire thing. Obviously, we're starting to get to a point now to where we have multiple warnings. We have 3 tornado warnings in effect. We have to go back and forth. But we are going to keep an eye on you. And I promise as soon as that warning is issued, you'll see it pop up here if it's issued, and we will kind of focus on that for you. All right. So I'm going to continue to show this. And by the way, guys, I retweeted this tornado watch. I put it on Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all on Twitter. If you guys want to help, if you want to help spread the word, look at this. This thing has 165
I would
retweets.
say if it's something...
What was that? What was that? Frank? Frank, did you say something? Anyways, this thing has 170 retweets. It needs 1,000.
Sorry, Ryan, that was a mistake.
Oh, okay. So it needs 1,000 retweets. So if you guys can go to Twitter, I've got it at the top of my page right now, and you can go retweet it. You can help. I don't care if you live in California. Odds are, you got somebody on your Twitter following list, or that follows you, that lives in New Mexico, and their cousin lives in Minnesota. That's how this works. All right. So everybody go over here, retweet the National Weather Service. Let's get this vital information out to as many people as possible. And once again, you can go straight to NWS Tornado or at the top of my page at Ryan Hall, y'all. Go ahead, Carly.
Yes, we are getting reports that a trained weather spotter is reporting a funnel cloud in Cottington County, and that's in South Dakota.
All right, thank you so much, Carly. Trained spotter is now seeing a funnel cloud in South Dakota in Cottington County. Guys, there's still so many places. There are still so many potential areas where this tornado could be in both of these storms. And like, I still believe that we probably have multiple forming right now south of Kranzberg and near Clear Lake and Altamont. We do have an image of the Lenox, South Dakota tornado right here. I don't know how long ago this was, but Andy is telling me that this was for the cell that we just mentioned, and it's got a weak velocity couplet. So this is down here near Lenox, right? This was current when posted, 3:40 p.m. Okay, so about 2 minutes ago. This is a photo from literally just a couple minutes ago on that storm down here near Lenox that I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, I believe that this doesn't have a warning, and it hasn't. But
no
that
warning.
Okay, that looks like a developing tornado there. So that's pretty concerning. We've got a weak velocity couplet. Remember, we're watching this and we're anticipating that this is going to continue to cause a problem as it moves up towards the Sioux Falls area. But we still don't have a warning. We don't have a warning from the National Weather Service, so we're going to wait for that until we start ringing the alarms. But y'all watch out. Y'all watch out in Harrisburg, Rowena, Brandon, Valley Springs, and the southeastern side, or really the entire town of Sioux Falls. Y'all watch out. Get ready. Have that plan in place. Know what you're going to do just in case that warning does come through. Zach Hall's pretty close. Zach Hall's right here, but he's going the other way. He's going up towards that PDS tornado watch. But here's another great example of a little spin-up area, possibly. Another one right here. It's just so hard to tell where the tornado is. And no, like, it's not at anybody's fault. It's just because there's so many different areas where tornadoes could be forming in these storms right here. That's why everybody that's in any of the counties that's issued under a tornado warning right now, you got to take shelter. Everywhere in the county. Brookings especially. And then Coddington. We just heard about Coddington. Duell, Grant, Hamlin, Lake, Minnehaha, and Moody counties. If you just heard your county name in South Dakota, and you're sitting in a living room, you're in the wrong spot. All right, we got to go get into the shelter. You don't have a shelter? All right, get to the basement. You don't have a basement? Okay, get into the most interior room of your home, interior bathroom, or a closet. Whichever one has the least amount of outward facing walls and the least amount of glass. All right, you want to go there. You want to hunker down, bring a charged tablet, something that has cell phone reception on it. Bring me with you. Put on a helmet. I know your kids got bicycle helmets. I know you got that old football helmet. Slap it on. Sounds ridiculous, but do it. And then we'll let you know when it's time to come out. Either I will verbally let you know, or you will see your county stop being displayed down here in our ticker. Everybody in those counties needs to be taking shelter immediately. Got a video from Brandon Kopic. What is this?
Near Alexandria, Minnesota.
Let's check him out. Let's see what Brandon's doing down here. It's wherever he is. It looks like it's hotter. So there's Brandon in front of the Storm Seeker. Let's see here.
Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic here, currently stationed near Alexandria, Minnesota right now. I'm here with Kat. She was my YouTube mod, Ryan Hall, y'all YouTube mod.
Oh, she's got a Storm Seeker
chasing with
shirt.
me today. We are in position for what will soon be issued, a particularly dangerous tornado watch for the potential for significant long track tornadoes. We are live with Ryan all day through the evening on my YouTube channel and on his. Stay tuned for further updates. Storm Chaser
Awesome.
Brandon Kopic here.
Very cool. Nice update. So yeah, that's Kat, and she's a moderator on our Discord server too, and she's also a moderator in our chat. So Kat's out there chasing today with Brandon Kopic in Storm Seeker number 3. All right, and they're up there in that PDS Tornado Watch. By the way, if you're just now tuning in, we do have a PDS Tornado Watch. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is not your average everyday tornado watch. And we'll see that graphic pop up here on WSV3 here in a little bit. Let's actually reload that. Let me get everything refreshed. All right, but before things start popping off here, let me take a second and get everything real good and updated and refreshed for you guys. That way we don't have any problems whenever this thing starts to go nuts. And this is a great time for you guys. If you haven't already, don't spam your daggone Facebook feed. But if you haven't already, please share this stream. Share it everywhere. Text message to a family or family member or friend, or anything like that. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Sorry, I'm trying to do like 7 things at once. Let's make sure that we get this vital information in front of as many people as possible. And of course, if you don't want to do that, then at least hit the like button. so that YouTube does it for you.
A new tornado warning
Go ahead,
has
Andy.
been issued.
Yeah, Ryan, I was just looking at the last scan of velocity here, and it's just outside Sioux Falls now, tight rotation there. And I believe that new tornado warning was not for that, but Minnehaha County does include Sioux Falls, and that tight rotation there, I'm not sure if that just got warned, but that's something extremely concerning right next to the radar site now.
All right, thank you so much, Andy, for that. Let's actually take a look at where that warning was. It looks like the warning, it doesn't include Sioux Falls, the one that was just issued. Oh, my goodness. Give me a second. Got to get everything back up and running. Yeah, so that most recent warning is right here. That's the one that just got issued. It includes Del Rapids. It does include Baltic, but it does not include Sioux City. However, we're watching very closely an area of rotation right here near the radar site. And this could be a developing tornado moving into Sioux Falls right now. We have no warning down here from the National Weather Service. So y'all watch out is all I'm saying, okay? I can't tell you, I can't issue a warning, right? I can't do that. That's not what I'm here for. The people at the National Weather Service are smart and they know what they're doing. But just from what we've done in the past, looking at radar and stuff, this does look concerning enough to where if you're watching this stream right now, you're here because you want to be more weather aware, right? So just go ahead and preemptively take shelter if you're in Sioux Falls. Get into a sturdy area, at least come indoors, right? I know it's Memorial Day. Might have some people trying their best to be outside and do Memorial Day things, but don't do that if you're in Sioux Falls or anywhere in Minnesota, especially if you're in either of the tornado watches right now. This is not the time to be outside. This is going to be a dangerous day for a lot of Minnesota as these storms continue to move off to the north and to the east. Very interesting looking storm moving into the Sioux Falls area. Currently not tornado warned. And the place that we're watching the hardest, right, for potential big time tornadic development later is right in here. And as soon as we start seeing little sprouters, little bubblers start popping up here, we're going to lock into those hard because I think it's currently 4 p.m. HRRR showed that convection really starting to ramp up around between 4 and 5 p.m. So probably within the next 30 minutes, we'll see the beginning stages or the babies of what will eventually become very large damaging supercells right in this area as they go off to the north and to the east. Wow. Already such an active day. I'm trying to figure out why we can't see the PDS watch here. Let me see if I'm doing something wrong. Build polygon. Line style. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know. It's not popping up on this for some reason. And this right here will tell you how often this happens for us. A PDS tornado watch. Not very often. Because I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know how to get it to pop up here. Tor PDS watch. Yeah, I can show the graphic information, but I just wanted to make sure that we were showing we're showing it on WSV32 whenever it pops up. So we'll continue to work on that. By the way, though, this is what it actually looks like, and this is where it's for. PDS tornado watch for this area over here. Let me get a better one for you. It's on the top of my page here. Oh, wow. Look at that. We did some work on that one. It's got 500 retweets now. that might be one of the most retweeted images from NWS Tornado. I don't know. But anyways, that's awesome. Hopefully a lot of people are seeing this. Once again, 1.2 million people in the path of these storms. And this is what it looks like. PDS tornado watch, a particularly dangerous situation. Several strong tornadoes likely. Widespread tennis ball size hail and wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour likely. So that's what we're dealing with there. What else are we dealing with? Multiple tornado warnings ongoing right now. Currently in Minnesota, we have Lincoln County under a tornado warning. That's branching off of the Brookings County tornado warning that we've been seeing for a while in South Dakota. So these storms are now crossing into Minnesota. Now Cottington, Duell, Grant, and Hamlin counties are under a tornado warning in South Dakota, and then Minnehaha and Moody counties in South Dakota are under tornado warnings as well. So just kind of looking at this stuff, I am kind of concerned about this storm. The one that
Hey, Ryan.
Chris FL's near. That was him, by the way. Yeah, what's up, Chris?
Yeah, it could be something here on the tail end of this cell. I'm coming around the corner, so these QLCS are fast, so there might be something here. We'll see.
So this is the storm that we were just looking at through Chris's, or on the radar, and now we've got a live view of it as well on the road here. He's in a little bit of a bad place for service, but this. So what's happening with this is, even though it was originally a part of a line. It's now, instead of seeing just like one big line, we're seeing a broken line or a multicellular system. This right here could try, if this is the base of the storm, it could try to act as if it is a rogue discrete supercell and take advantage of all of the nadir juice and ingredients for tornadoes that's out in front of it. So the fact that we're seeing this dangly bit kind of protrude out away from the rest of the storm there is somewhat concerning to me. But thank goodness we do have Chris FL tornado literally right underneath this part of the storm, keeping an eye on it for us. And certainly there's a lowering there. Right in front of them. This is right at the tip of the dangly
Yeah, I've
bit.
got pretty good rotation here.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, that thing is coming together pretty quickly. So if we come back to the radar real quick, Frank, I'm going to ask Frank to do something real quick. Frank, can you switch Chris FL and Vince
A
for
new
me?
tornado
Thanks.
warning has been issued.
Okay, so if we come back over here to the radar, Chris FL tornado's right here. He's looking into the dangly bit, or what could become the hook echo. If you're new here, I know I say some wild stuff, but what's going to try to happen here is the inflow is getting pretty strong coming into the storm. We've got some rear flanking downdraft coming from the main part of the storm, but what I think could happen is the gust front, the leading edge of some of the cool rain-cooled air from this storm, could actually try to undercut this and then actually aid in the continued tornado genesis that's happening right here. Once again, this could happen. I'm not 100% sure of it, but if I'm in New Dale, all the way up towards Hendricks, I am starting to be extra weather aware. You're already under a tornado warning, but this thing looks to me like it's going to try its best to actually drop a big tornado here in the next little bit. So we're going to watch that very closely. It's raring up right now near New Dale, and we've got a live view of it from Chris FL tornado near Elkton, South Dakota, and his feed is right above my head there, and we're going to stick with him until this thing decides to stop. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with that. The competing storm to the south could also just completely tear it apart. But certainly there's rotation there. It is rotating, and we've got to watch it extremely closely. By the way, we have multiple storm chasers out today. Okay, and guys, Frank, let's see here. Make sure you switch on. Okay, never mind. You got it. Sorry. Anyways, make sure that you're paying attention here because we have multiple storm chasers. We've got Vince Welty, we've got Zach and Frankie, we've got Brandon Kopic, we've got Tyler Kurtz, and Tyler's actually way down there in Kansas. So we do expect that storms are going to end up popping up later this evening all the way down towards Kansas. And even there, we'll be able to have eyes on the ground thanks to Tyler. All right, so we're going to give Chris FL Tornado some time there. But you can see that he's right here. The little dangly bit was right there. So the rotation that he saw, or that part of the storm, is going off to the northeast very quickly. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. If it produces a tornado, that'll just be interesting because a lot of times you'll see these things try to take a right turn. But in this specific situation, how dynamic this is and just how quickly all these storms are moving, and it's associated with the low pressure system back there. I don't see this one cutting off and just like turning right. But we'll see what happens. We're under a weather delay at the Class B State Baseball Tournament in Sioux Falls. Check this out. Let's go over to Twitter here. And this is what it's like at the Class B State Baseball Tournament in Sioux Falls. Very strong winds.
Bruce Almighty reporting from Niagara Falls.
Oh man!
It's like night.
So yeah, you can see that some very strong winds there. Thankfully, the tornadic part of the storm, the what we thought might end up, or what we still think may end up becoming the tornado on this thing, has now passed Sioux Falls. So now we're concerned about Brandon, Garriston, Laverne, and all of these places as the storm continues to go off to the north and to the east. I was not expecting the guy to just start yelling that he's live reporting from, what did he say, Niagara Falls? Yeah, so Aaron's got something cool here on the 18Z. So he's got the Radar Omega app on his phone, which you could have right now. Links in the description, iOS or Android. Doesn't matter. You can also get it on your iPad, tablet. And it is possible to run it on your desktop like I am now. Anyways, he sent me a screenshot from his phone of the significant tornado parameter from the HRRR and the 18Z there. And you can see that's almost off the charts right here where these storms are heading. So basically this is a parameter that puts together all the different ingredients that are necessary to create tornadoes, and it kind of puts it on a scale of 1 to 10. And we got like a 20 or 30 right here, a 30 out of 10. So yeah, we've got very high significant tornado parameter values out there. And it's once again, if those supercells pop up like we think they're going to, things are going to get plumb wild pretty fast. We now have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So nowadays, the National Weather Service doesn't just issue severe thunderstorm warnings. There also are considerable and destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. And the considerable is like level 2, destruction is like level 3, the highest level. So a lot of times that means that the winds are going to be above 75 miles an hour, or the hail is going to be above golf ball size. So anytime you hear the beep, beep, beeps, pay attention, because those warnings are just as important to pay attention to as regular like tornado warnings and stuff. So I need somebody who is an expert with GR2. I have the software. I have the latest version. I paid $250 for it, but it works about like a $2.50 program. I don't know what it is. It never auto updates for me. I have to switch radar sites and then come back and then fiddle around with connecting and stopping connecting and downloading recent data. I don't have to do that on Radar Omega, but the thing is, is I like to have several different instances open, and you know, Gibson Ridge is the same program that the National Weather Service uses. So I want to have it all open, right? But for some reason, my GR2 is just not working very well. PDS Tornado Watch is now in effect for St. Cloud and Fergus Falls and Alexandria. Very dangerous situation unfolding for us here in Minnesota as we go later on into the day. This is the overall look at everything. Very strong low pressure system driving all this. I think it's like sub 990 millibars. Just sucking up all kinds of cool, dry air back here. Very strong winds back in this area. And then look at this. Look at the moisture transport. You can literally see it funneling up here through Oklahoma, meeting up with that dry air, cold air coming this way. I mean, everything is just coming to a head right in this area. And this is one of the stronger storms that we've tracked together, guys. Like, overall, it really is. I don't know if it's going to produce the strongest tornadoes. I don't know if it'll produce tornadoes, but it looks like it's going to. Zach and Frankie have something interesting. So Zach and Frankie are actually looking at the storm that just went through Sioux Falls. Yeah, they're looking at the storm that just went through Sioux Falls, where that rotational couplet is still actually happening. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I was just watching the cell east of Sioux Falls now as it approached Brandon, South Dakota. I was waiting for it to wrap up, and it certainly has in the latest scan with an 80-mile-per-hour outbound wind there and couplet forming. So I expect an imminent risk with this cell right here. And I did note that there were 70-mile-per-hour winds 150 feet above ground level east of Sioux Falls while the cell was passing through. So the upgrade to considerable severe thunderstorm makes sense, especially with the 63-mile-per-hour wind gusts at the airport there.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much, Andy. And so this part of the storm that's kind of wrapping up and looks like it's trying to produce a tornado, that's what Zach and Frankie are looking at. That's what we have a view of. There's definitely some rotation there. There's a lowering, but we don't see anything on the ground yet. So if we could actually, and never mind, their location is good enough, but they've got a really good shot of the lowering there. So we're going to stick with them for just a little while longer as I continue to monitor Twitter. Remember, guys, if you have pictures, videos, anything like that you want to share with me, you can do that on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Also, if you just see something interesting from a news station or a picture from another person, you just want to tag me in it, I'll see that whenever I go to check Twitter. We all work together here to relay stuff. Looking for interesting stuff. Oh, and of course we have Gettysburg making the memes already. We got Storms Illustrated. Ryan Hall, y'all, on the cover of Storms Illustrated. You got to love it. The storms in northwestern Iowa seem like they are going to be some of the significant tornado producers of today once they reached the backed wind field in central Minnesota. So I want to kind of explain to you what I'm talking about here. We're watching for the development of new supercells in this area, but I mean, look at this. Like these storms right here, especially the ones on whichever one actually becomes the tail end Charlie. Like there's constantly new storms forming.
Have something. We are just north of Highway 90 on 23, looking west towards East.
Oh, that was very hard to hear, but that was Zach or Frankie from Vortex Chasing. I don't know what he said. Hey, the wind is blowing so hard, I didn't hear anything you said.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Just repeat that. Just let us know. We've got your stream pulled up. Just let us know what you said again. But anyways, that was Frankie. They're looking at this storm right here east of Sioux Falls.
We're sitting on Highway 23 in Minnesota, just north of 90, just to the east of the state line. And we're sitting where these little kinks are showing up on velocity.
Okay. Thank you, Frankie.
Ryan, I think I've got a tornado right side of my screen.
All right, let's come over to Chris FL Tornado. He's on 1 now. Right side of his screen, a tornado's forming. Man, where is Chris? All right. By the way, Chris is now in Brookings, or he's near Brookings, South Dakota. Let me pull up the radar and see what he's talking about here. Okay, so he's on the front edge of one of these storms that has a big, giant tornado warning because of all of the multi-quasi-linear convective system tornadoes that are popping up out in front of it. And he believes he's got another one forming right now. This is a live look from Chris FL Tornado near Elkton, east of Brookings. He's on that road that'll take you to between Elkton and Lake Benton. Okay, so a new tornado could be developing here. Let's pull up all the chasers, y'all, because we're going to need it. As all of them are starting to get in on some of the action now. We've got a stationary cam up there in Bloomington, Minnesota as well. Dang. All right, so if we come to the radar, you can see right here where Chris is. That's an area where a tornado could form. That's an area where a tornado could form. Multiple areas that we're watching closely. Dang. All right. All right, so let's come back over to the radar real quick and let me try to explain this one more time. This is where we expect new supercells to form that could become extremely dangerous with large, big-time tornadoes. This is the sneaky threat that I think that this also deserves a PDS watch. I could be wrong, and obviously that there's already a tornado watch down here, so we don't need to issue a new one. But like from what I can tell, these storms, if they are able to maintain any level of discreteness, once they make their way into the backed wind field there, up in closer to Minnesota, these things are going to start curling up like crazy, and they are more than likely going to produce very large tornadoes. So I'm concerned about this area. And then, of course, I am also concerned about the places up to the north in Minnesota as well. But we just haven't seen those supercells form yet, and we're probably going to be another hour or so before we do see that. Just another update on the moderate risk. We have a moderate risk of severe weather that's a 4 out of 5, but the enhanced risk goes all the way down into Kansas, and we expect this part of the line to light up a little bit later into the evening. It's 4:10 p.m. on the East Coast. Around 7, you'll see those storms popping up all the way down here in Kansas. Plumb wild out there. And here's a great meme. So when we're talking about the PDS Tornado Watch, they break it down into categories and like probabilities. It's high on everything. It's as high as it can get. That tornado watch in Minnesota is the highest level tornado watch that you could possibly ever get. And this is Reed Timmer's face whenever he sees it. Which honestly, I would just about bet that that's exactly what his face looked like when he did see it. It's about what mine looked like. All right, so we have more dogs watching. Dog is taking heed of the particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch there. Remember, guys, if you do have to take shelter today, it's important to. I know you wouldn't forget, but I do like mentioning it. It's important to remember to take your pets with you. Take your pets with you to the safe spot, even if you don't have a basement. If you're taking them into the most interior room of your home with you, make sure you do that. It's very important. That way, all of our dogs, including Barry Bones, just in case you guys are in the path of this thing, make sure you guys get to your safe spots if those warnings are issued today. This is a picture from Bruce. Big tree down there in Bruce. Lots of pictures and videos coming in right now through Twitter, so I'm going to continue to show some of these. Here's some hail in Marion on the southwest side of Sioux Falls. Big hail. And yeah, if you have stuff you want to share with us, guys, Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. That's how you can get it to me. Ryan, when I get home, I will hopefully have my cat sitting in front of the TV with you on the screen. Yeah, I'm just looking through Twitter still. If you are just now tuning in, we do have multiple tornado warnings in effect right now, but they're all radar indicated, and we have no reason to believe that there are any tornadoes on the ground at this very moment. But we have Grant and Roberts counties in South Dakota. We have Duell and Grant counties in South Dakota. That's a separate warning. And then we have Lincoln and Brookings counties in Minnesota and South Dakota. So take shelter now if you're in Minnesota and Lincoln County, or in Grant, Duell, Roberts, or Brookings County in South Dakota. You're under a tornado warning. The way that they're doing this right now, they're issuing blanket, broad warnings for the potential for quick spin up tornadoes. We don't have any monster tornado warnings or monster tornadoes on the ground right now, but we think that's going to change as we go later on into the evening. We got a new tornado warning that's indicated for Roberts County, Grant County, and Big Stone County. And that one's in Minnesota, and then Grant County's in South Dakota. Let me double check.
A new tornado warning.
Where that is here. Let me zoom to the newest warnings. So we got one up here. This one is for Rock County, Minnesota, and Minnehaha County, South Dakota. That one's up here. That includes Graceville and Millbank. And then right before that, almost at the same time, we had a new warning pop up way down here. And this is for the storm that just went through Sioux Falls. They finally warned it. And this is going to affect Hardwick and areas east of Garriston. Hardwick and east of Garriston. This is north of Interstate 90. We have a tornado warning down here, so please take shelter now. Rock, Minnehaha, Big Stone, Grant, and Roberts counties, Minnesota, and then Roberts, Duell, Grant, Lincoln, and Brookings counties in Minnesota and South Dakota. Please take shelter now. It's right on the border of Minnesota and South Dakota now. Like that's just where all of the storms are, right along the borders. We have all of our storm chasers out there today, and looks like Chris FL Tornado is right on one of the storms that's tornado warned, or was just moments ago. And then Zach Hall is really close to the other warned storm that we've got down here just a little bit further to the south. Hey, thank you so much, Naomi Tucker, for becoming a high-risk member, and thank you, Megan Thomas, for being a member for 4 months. Megan says, thanks for being live. My son is in Champlin, Minnesota, camping. I'll be up until it passes. Yeah, if anybody's camping in Minnesota today, make sure that they know about this. Last place you want to be is in a camper. And I'm not trying to scare anybody, but we don't want anybody in campers, especially if they end up under a warning today with some of these storms. That's not a good situation to be in. All right. So Zach Hall is really close to the tornado warning over here near Hardwick. Chris FL Tornado is he's not near any warning right now, but the storm that he's on looks pretty interesting. And then a lot of the bigger storms over here that are becoming tornado warned near Millbank, that are moving up towards Morris and Benson, those are going right towards Brandon Coppock. So that's what we're looking at right now. This is the broad view of where all of our storm chasers are and what they are doing. Hey Vince, we're looking at your feed, and for some reason it's showing up as like a 4:3 aspect ratio rather than a 16:9. I was just wondering if that's something on my end or what. Hey Melissa, thank you for being a member for 4 months. Appreciate it. Here is the...
Yeah, it is, but I can remedy that. give me a second here, and then give me about 2 minutes and let me know if it looks better. I can switch that. I can apply a crop on it. That way you don't have to mess with it.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so this is the SPC lead forecaster, Rich Thompson, coordinating and issuing a PDS tornado watch number 293. So this is what was going down when they decided to issue that PDS tornado watch there at the Storm Prediction Center. Once again, a PDS tornado watch is incredibly rare. And if that doesn't get you paying attention to the weather, I don't know what will. Not only do we have something called the significant tornado parameter, but we also have something called the violent tornado parameter, which is very high right now, as you can see.
Let me know if that's any better.
Oh, yeah. Yep, looks good. Thanks. You see that thin white line stretched from north to south across eastern Nebraska? That's what we're watching for additional storm development through the rest of the afternoon. Once it's east of you, your risk of severe weather decreases. So once that thin white line moves off to your east, your problems with today's severe weather are behind you, or in front of you, I should say. Like physically. We got more doggos watching. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for the support. Respect the parameters. Yeah. Respect the, obviously you got to respect the polygon. That's important. But respect the probabilities and the parameters. Also important. Let's get Vince back in his number one spot. Frank, could you switch Chris and Vince again? Thanks. Respect the thin white line. Yeah, for sure. Satellite, surface. Let's see what Andrew's saying here. Satellite and surface data, 19Z mesoanalysis, and high-resolution guidance continues to point towards prefrontal development across south-central Minnesota in the next 90 minutes. Possible storm of the day zone across central Minnesota through the late afternoon. This is what I'm waiting on.
New information.
All right,
this tornado warning has been upgraded.
We got a confirmed tornado warning. Confirmed tornado warning for Rock County and Minnehaha County. That's Rock County, Minnesota, and Minnehaha in South Dakota. So let's go check in on that. Let's go check in on that. Well, make sure that I'm looking at the right one here. Okay, yeah. So here we go. Let me come over to the radar for you. This is just north of this is the same warning that we talked about earlier for Hardwick. It's been upgraded. A tornado warning remains in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central for northwestern Rock and east central Minnehaha counties. Tornado-producing storms were located along a line extending from Sherman to near Beaver Creek, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. There's a damaging tornado on the ground. The public confirmed tornado east of Sherman at 3:14 p.m. Central. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. To repeat, a tornado is on the ground now. Take cover. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest level floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors, in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. An observed, confirmed tornado over here, moving towards Hardwick. Zach Hall is incredibly close to that. But more than likely, now don't hold me to this, more than likely it's going to be another quickie. No characteristics of that storm kind of screams long track tornado to me. But if I'm in Hardwick, I'm still taking shelter. It's better to be prepared, right? Don't be scared, be prepared. All right, let's come back over here and talk about this mesoanalysis. Once again, we're expecting new supercell thunderstorms to pop up along this boundary in south central Minnesota. Those will be the ones that turn into violent tornado producers more than likely. Yeah, things are not looking great if those storms form. Now, it's still a possibility that we don't see those prefrontal cells form, and that will change everything. It'll change everything, but it'll still be incredibly dangerous out here. That's for sure. JJ Garrett says, I'm in Alexandria, Minnesota. Thank you for the super chat. Very generous of you. Fire Medic Pope, thanks for being a member for 2 months. I appreciate y'all. We got some people approaching a year and a half. It's unbelievable. Damaging tornado is along the line from Sherman to Beaver Creek, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. And remember, that confirmed tornado warning is for Rock and Minnehaha counties. It's for Minnesota and South Dakota, right on the border there. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, it looks like we might have a little bit of damage coming out of Moody County in South Dakota, 9 miles southwest of Aurora. A train spotter reports wind damage, and a camper flipped on I-29, and that's north of exit 121. And again, that's in Moody County. This was about 30 minutes ago where the radar indicated tornado warning was.
All right. Thank you so much, Carly. Already got some damage coming out. And once again, I know that a lot of these places that are getting ready to be worked over by these storms, very popular camping areas. And I just want to reiterate once again, if you guys know anybody that's out camping, maybe not paying too much of attention to their phone or whatever, do whatever you can to let them know what's coming down the stream here, because it feels like a beautiful day. It's breezy out here in a lot of south central Minnesota. If this goes off in the way that we think that it will, it's going to catch some people off guard, and we don't want that to happen. Hey, Jay Spire, thank you very much for the incredibly generous $100 super chat. It says, what you guys do is amazing. Keep it up. We will. Thank you, Brandon, as well. Thank you all for the support. Do not camp during tornadoes. Yes. Do not camp during tornadoes. That's well, obviously you really don't know where the tornadoes are going to be, so I'm not saying plan your camping trip around tornadoes. But certainly you just make sure you have a way to get warnings. This is why I don't do camping very much, but if I did, the first thing that I would put in my camper or in my tent pack or whatever it is, whatever kind of camping I'm doing, the first thing I'd put in there is a NOAA weather radio. I can't imagine anything more important to bring with me on a camping trip than a NOAA weather radio. So hopefully those guys, they have those out there. But if you don't, like if you're somebody that doesn't have one and you camp, you should get one, 100%. You can get the ones that crank, so they got batteries in them and they're solar powered and they can crank and they got a flashlight on them. And you can get them at your local Target, You can get them. I think you can get them at Walmart. I could be wrong, or you can get them from me. I've got them on shopryanhall.com. shopryanhall.com. No y'all on that one. If you are just now tuning in, we're watching multiple storms in Minnesota and South Dakota. We have tornado warnings for Rock, Minnehaha, Big Stone, Grant, Roberts, Duell, Grant counties. We have a confirmed tornado warning for the Rock and Minnehaha storm. However, we haven't gotten any other types of confirmations here. So we've got the confirmed report, but the radar doesn't look very convincing. So I'm still, if I'm in Hardwick, I'm getting a shelter, but that's just in case a new tornado forms, I reckon. Mr. Floyd says, tornadoes won't plan around your trip. That's true. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Corey Anderson. Thank you, JD Wilcox. And thank you, Tampa. He says, thank you for keeping people safe. And that was from his 11-year-old son, Grayson. Shout out to Grayson. Thank you. Jay says, Ryan, you are my favorite weatherman. I appreciate it. Every once in a while, I'll look away from the radar and look at chat, and it just makes my day so much better. I think we have like the best group of people. Everything's always so positive. DJ says, keep up the great coverage. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Are you a fan of the Pecos Hank channel? Yeah, I love Mr. Hank. That'd be cool. That'd be cool if we had him on the chasing team, wouldn't it? I don't think he live streams. I don't think he does anything other than film really, really good videos.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Stevens and Swift counties in Minnesota. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that other one. Laquiparle. I lied. I did try. Let's go ahead and take a look at that warning right now. That's what it looks like. It includes Madison, Appleton, all the way up there towards Hancock. Brand new tornado warning. It's radar indicated here. So we don't have a confirmed report of a tornado on the ground, but according to radar, it looks like there could be one soon. So if we're in Appleton or any of those counties in Minnesota, we got to take shelter now. Currently in my neck of the woods, I'm broadcasting from good old Eastern Kentucky. It's 90 degrees and sunny. We are way out here in the giant warm sector. 90 degrees, very high dew point as well. And we're just waiting to see if we see any of those prefrontal storms start to pop up. Another area to watch is northern Iowa and southwestern Minnesota. Storms are forming in a more discreet manner, and they're heading into an even better environment given the storm motions. Yeah, we can look at the map very briefly. People don't like when I show the map too long. This is everybody that's on our website right now, shopryanhall.com. You see your blue dot? Okay, we're going back to the radar. Tornado warning down here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's the one that was confirmed, and now we have a radar indicated tornado warning for Big Stone County in Minnesota. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Besides that Big Stone County tornado warning, I did want to say that there was a non-thunderstorm 66-mile-per-hour wind gust in northeast South Dakota behind the line. And what this tells me is that there's a cold pool forming behind the line, and thus the presence of a rear inflow jet responding to that. And that's going to push these storms forward very quickly into probably a bow echo with damaging wind gusts on the northern edge of this. So we're looking at the development of a mesoscale convective system with a rear inflow jet supporting its forward propagation here.
Andy, how confident are you at this point that we're still going to see prefrontal storms up there in south central Minnesota? Are you seeing anything that would prohibit that?
I haven't looked at the latest HER runs, but I did see consistency in that through 1819Z. And so I expect to see possibly semi-discrete, even discrete supercells out there in the warm sector. If that doesn't develop, then we're still going to have the very dangerous risk associated with those supercells that are developing further south in northwest Iowa, rather, and those will be moving into the area regardless and taking advantage of the juicy environment there.
All right, thank you so much, Andy. So yeah, we now have a tornado warning for Big Stone County in Minnesota. Let's zoom in on that. Let me show you what that looks like. Pretty much this entire cluster of storms up here is being warned for tornadoes, because it's those quick spin ups that could happen at any moment, and it's really hard to tell exactly where they are. And we just want everybody in those counties. If you're in Big Stone County, anywhere in the county, you got to take shelter now. By the way, meteorologist Andy Hill is in the Twin Cities area, and he's got a tweet video that he made earlier that we're going to watch right now.
Hey friends, meteorologist Andy Hill here in the Twin Cities, Minnesota. I will be live on Ryan Hall's channel in just about 30 minutes from when this tweet posts, monitoring the moderate risk today in western Minnesota, eastern South Dakota. That risk has shifted east in the Storm Prediction Center's latest outlook, moving away from the Fargo, North Dakota area and towards the Twin Cities, in where the risk maximizes. We're expecting a messy storm mode today with plenty of atmospheric forcing in place. We could see Boeing segments in mesoscale convective systems, embedded supercells, all of which have the potential to deliver significant severe weather threats in all forms: hail, wind gusts equivalent to hurricane force wind speeds, and potentially long track tornadoes, especially in western Minnesota. These storms will reach the Twin Cities metro around 8 p.m. However, if there are Boeing segments, those will accelerate faster than predicted. So begin monitoring in the regions west to east from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. today. And I do want to say that Minnesota's been relatively spicy this month. I'm sure y'all here are well aware of that. We have had a slight risk somewhere in the U.S. every single day this month in May. And a lot of those days in Minnesota have been pretty intense here. So I do want to tell you that after this storm system blows through today and we get a crashing cold front moving through the Midwest tomorrow, Minnesota finally is going to enjoy some nice, quieter weather with enjoyable daytime temperatures in the upper 60s to 70 Fahrenheit. So just one more round to make it through today. Make sure you're weather aware, paying attention, monitor Ryan's stream. We will be giving you the best nowcasting information we possibly can. A lot of the risk area today is in a radar hole, meaning that we're only sampling storms very far up in the atmosphere, 2-3 miles in some places. So relatively dangerous not knowing what's going on at the surface, unless you've got us here and our storm chasers that we have on stream monitoring those conditions for you, and we'll do our best to keep you safe. See you there.
All right, thank you, Andy. Burning it up with the As Lives. We also have a picture of hail coming in from just east of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So that's what we're looking at now with everything that's going on with all of our, Twitter submissions. Once again, if you guys can do so safely, Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, send us stuff. We'll show it. We'll share it. Also, we got something cool now. Let me see if it's working. Yeah. So somebody heard me and said that when I said that the car should show up as the icon, and now we've got Brandon Stormseeker showing up there. That's all it was. All right. So these are our storms that we're watching. We currently have a tornado warning for Big Stone, Stephen Swift, and Rock counties in Minnesota. confirmed tornado warning in Rock County, but we are losing confidence in that confirmation. We are waiting to see what happens next here. We're going to have these storms kind of continue to propagate off to the north and east. We got a cold pool of air kind of influencing the motion of these storms, and they might speed up a little bit as they move towards Marshall, Tracy, all the way down towards Spirit Lake. And then we're also waiting to see if we see any prefrontal storms popping up here, which in my opinion would be why the PDS warning or watch was issued up here. And we'll see if that happens. I'm giving it another 30 minutes. I think that's when we'll see that happen. Within the next 30 minutes or so. Frank, can you turn the PTZ camera back on? So that's what we're looking at there. This is a broad view of everything. Zooming out, you can see our thin white line is producing storms as far south as into west central Iowa now. And then also it continues way down here into Kansas and Oklahoma. We expect new storms to form along this boundary a little bit later today. Be like a zipper. Starts up here and it'll just go down as the night goes on. If you are just now tuning in, we do have a PDS tornado watch. It's an incredibly dangerous situation. Well, it's a particularly dangerous situation. That's what that stands for. But I'm going to call it an IDS, an incredibly dangerous situation that's forming here. And if you know anybody in the area, please let them know what's coming. Katie's got the kids watching the live stream. Prayers for everyone who is going to get impacted by severe weather today. Stay safe. Thank you so much, Katie. And thank you guys for being so enthusiastic. Look at how excited they are to be watching the weather. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Oh, and that's a cute dog right there. New puppy, Owen Wilson.
Hey Ryan, Tyler has an update for you from Kansas.
Tyler does? What's up, Tyler? So this is Tyler. He's in Kansas.
Hey, so I don't know how well you can see, but it looks like this is the Q field going up. It's kind of been up here for a while. You can kind of see them bubbling up. I believe these will be the main action later this evening. Currently headed east towards Florence, Kansas, and we'll likely have to reposition multiple times throughout the evening. But I believe these Q fields over here are going to be the main action later this evening.
All right, Tyler, looks good. We've got you pulled up, and just keep us updated. Anytime you have something you want to report, just holler at me on here. Tyler's right here, and he's looking at the cumulus field out in front of him. So that's interesting to see. He's got it pulled up right in front of him there. That's the thin white line, but like what it looks like from the ground. How cool is that? We got a bunch of storm chasers out there today, getting ready for what is likely going to be a very busy day for tornadoes. Watches and warnings are already out all over the place, but we think the height of this event will occur a little bit later as we see some new storms form, and then also these storms as they enter the more favorable atmosphere here for significant tornadoes. No. Somebody asked in chat if the Nader beans is sold out yet, and it has not, which is good. So if you still want it, you can still get it. Brian Johnson, thank you so much for becoming a Slight Risk member. Just got word that the last PDS tornado watch for the majority of the watch area was in May of 2008. The most recent tornado watch in the database was on May 25th, 2008 in that general area where that's currently under a PDS watch right now. And I believe that the probabilities on this one are higher. Let me, it's about the same. It's about the same. The hail, I think, was a little bit higher. Tornado sirens went off twice this afternoon, third day in a row. That's after maybe 3 times in the past 3 years. And today, a turtle and owl-sized hail. Very creative. Love it. Yeah, I'm telling you, the PDS tornado watches are extremely rare. We got Cat in front of the Storm Seeker number 3. Dominating in the Storm Seeker number 3 today with Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic. How cool is that? Yeah, let's check the models, shall we? Let's go to the North Central U.S. Upper Midwest, I think. No, why does that suck? Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, just real quick. We did get a report from Spotter Network of an 18-inch base tree trunk snapped in Rock Rapids, Iowa. And I just checked, there are no active tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings in there. So it's very clear that even these little cells in northwestern Iowa are certainly packing a punch. So definitely if you're in the area of Iowa as well, be careful. They are certainly strong.
Yeah, thank you so much, Carly. Even the storms down there in Iowa, like she's saying, are producing damage right now. No warnings at all from what I can see in Iowa. So if you're in Spencer, Storm Lake, or Sanborn, or Sutherland, or Sibley, get ready. You got a big line of storms coming. They're producing damage already. Let's zoom in on Minnesota here on the models. Give me just a daggone second, guys. Try my best. All right. I want to show you on the models here kind of what we're expecting. All right, so that's Minnesota. The time's up there above my head in Eastern time. Currently it's 5, so this is what the radar is supposed to look like right now. And honestly, the initialization doesn't look as good on the 18Z run because right now we actually do see that line extend all the way down into Iowa. But anyways, right here, literally in the next hour, we are supposed to see these prefrontal cells fire up, and those are going to cause a big problem. And then the line that we're seeing form right now in southwestern Minnesota and through Iowa, this is also going to cause a big problem. Either way, one of these two things is going to happen. One of these two areas of storms is going to form, and whichever one it is, there's going to be tornadoes in them, all right? But if we get both, if we get that prefrontal area to form up, I think that those could be worse. But these storms are going to make it into central Minnesota by 8 p.m. They will make it into the Minneapolis area between 9 and 10 p.m. Eastern. Remember, I'm in Eastern, so everything shows up as Eastern time on here. Just keep that in mind. But eventually these things will be completely out of Minnesota and dying out by around midnight. That's what we're looking at there. And I want to show you the significant tornado parameter, which is just nuts. Wow. So it's maxing out around 30, maintaining at 20, 20, 20, all the way through 9 p.m. Lots of CAPE, lots of convective available potential energy. Obviously, the later we go into the evening, the less of that there will be. But the less will be needed, the more these storms become, kind of propagated by that cold pool of air. That will amplify any forcing that needs to occur. And yeah, let me show you one more thing. No, I think that covers it. This is basically what I wanted to look at. Let's see what the 19Z is showing. Same thing. Same thing. Still have incredible ingredients for tornadoes in place here.
A new tornado warning.
We've got a new tornado warning for Swift and Stevens counties in Minnesota. But yeah, I'm just waiting to see where these storms are and if they're going to pop up. That's really the main question that I'm trying to answer right now. because obviously this is a terrible way to forecast, but like you see how those storms are deeper into the increased significant tornado parameter values. That means something. All right, that there's a little bit, like, there's a better chance that these are discrete and they're able to take advantage of those widespread ingredients than these. But let me tell you something, these also have an incredibly good chance of doing that as well. It's just the discreteness is going to be less likely there. So I'm just over analyzing this. Honestly, at this point, it's too late to be looking at forecast models. We shouldn't be forecasting. We should be nowcasting, which is why we have our team of the best storm chasers on Earth providing video footage to us. Speaking of best storm chasers on Earth and video footage, let's go over to Brandon Kopic's feed and check it, man. All right. This is, just in case you didn't know, Storm Seeker number 3, Brandon Kopic's rainbow-colored weather machine, has a PTZ camera on top of it that I can control remotely. So he stopped at a gas station or something right now. And so we can like move this camera. Brandon ends up coming up on a tornado today, and it's not right in front of him. We don't have to depend on the dash camera. We have 360 degrees of viewing angles around him. And another thing is I was hoping that he was at a gas station, because we can really have some fun with this. We can talk. I believe I can talk to him. I can talk through this, I should say. But I'm not going to do it right now. But next time that he stopped at a gas station and there's like somebody at the pump next to him, I am going to come through the speaker on top of his car and say something outrageous, and just so that Brandon has a harder time dealing with people out there, because that's really what I'm here for, is to make his life harder. When there's no tornadoes on the ground, like what do we have Brandon for other than to just have a good time, right? But I just think this is cool. I'm super happy with the PTZ camera. It's crazy that I can swivel it around and control it from over 1,000 miles away. And yeah, we're gonna get back to talking about the weather here with Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, just wanted to tell you there's a 90-mile-per-hour wind gust recorded in Appleton, Minnesota, and that's in Big Stone County, or just east of it, I believe. And that's in one of the current tornado warnings up there in west central Minnesota. So 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts shown there. And I also sent you the latest satellite loop so you can take a look at that and all the stuff that's got going on for you.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy. 90-mile-an-hour wind gust up here. I measured at Appleton, Minnesota. That's associated with the tornado warning that's coming through Morris and Donnelly and Cyrus and Hancock right now. I don't know how many times we got to say this, but even if you don't have a tornado come through, it's going to be a bad storm, all right? 90 miles an hour, that's the same as a weak tornado, all right? It can do damage to your house. You got to get indoors. You got to get away from windows. You got to take shelter if you're in Morris, Hancock, or Donnelly. Also, Andy has sent the latest satellite loop, which is nuts. Look at this. Look at that thin white line. That cumulus field that we were looking at on Tyler's feed, that extends all the way down into Kansas there. And what's he saying about this? The thin white line, cells blowing up in cumulus field in central Minnesota as well. Yeah, you can see, wow, you can see the shear pretty well just from looking at this loop as well. You see the lower level clouds coming up in this way and some of the higher level stuff going off this way. That, imagine just setting off a weather balloon and letting it fly up here. It's going to curve. It's going to curve as it goes up. And that's where you get that danger noodle from. And that's why we are so concerned about these storms. Once these make it into this portion of Minnesota up here where conditions are so ripe and favorable for tornadic rotation, that's when we're really starting to become concerned about the storms up there. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, I've actually got some damage reports now coming out of the Sherman area in Minnehaha County, which was, of course, in South Dakota. We have a report of a tree down on a home, a tree blocking the roadway, roofs that are blown off storage units, and heavy debris scattered in that area. So we're getting some fairly intense structural damage. Of course, we're not sure whether or not that was associated with a tornado or with wind damage yet. But again, that's coming out of the Minnehaha feed in South Dakota, so we'll keep you updated with any pictures or new information as it comes out.
All right. Thank you so much, Carly. Damage coming out of Minnehaha counties. And by the way, Minnehaha, you're not under any sort of warning now. The vast majority of the bad weather has moved past you now. And as of this moment, we only have one tornado warning, really, and it's that big cluster of storms that's producing the 90-mile-an-hour winds moving into Morris, and that's for Stevens and Swift counties. Okay, Stevens and Swift counties, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Otherwise, these severe thunderstorms, these considerable severe thunderstorms down here moving into Marshall and Slayton, these also need to be watched incredibly closely, as these will likely produce damaging wind gusts in excess of 70 miles per hour as they approach Tracy. And these will make it all the way up to Wasabo, Redwood Falls, Cottonwood, and all these places. And once again, tornado or not, it's going to produce damage. It's going to be a tough storm for you to just ride out in the living room. So go ahead and take shelter. Weatherman says he finally got Radar Omega, helping out Storm Chasing. Thank you, Ryan Hall. That's awesome. I'm glad you got Radar Omega, and it looks like he's running it on the desktop. So I mean, like, that's just, you've got it going, man. You're going to be a great storm chaser meteorologist one day. Once again, anytime, sorry guys, anytime you guys have a video or a picture or anything you want to send to me, do that on @RyanHall, y'all, on Twitter. Like Gemmin Farms, I think that's what that says. It's dead calm and a crazy downpour west of Fergus Falls. So thank you for sending that in. Yeah, we got one coming in from Robin here. Robin says potential SLC, Brookings, South Dakota. This is a little while ago when that storm was coming through Brookings. Yeah, I believe that is an SLC. And if you guys don't know what an SLC is, it's just a scary looking cloud. Yep, if you guys end up under a tornado warning today, just a reminder, you want to take shelter, and the way you do that is you get into a basement or you get into your storm cellar. If you don't have either one of those, then you want to get into the most interior room of the most sturdy building that you can get access to. More than likely, that's going to be your home. And the most interior room is going to be the one that is most interior and doesn't have any outside-facing walls. So like in my room here, if I was to punch a hole through this wall on this side, my hand would go through and it would touch the outside world, right? Or if I was to punch through the wall behind me, my hand would go through and it would be outside of the house. You need to be in a place where you can punch all four of the walls and your hand just goes into another room, right? You don't want to have any outside facing walls around you. More than likely that room for you is either going to be a closet or it's going to be a interior bathroom. And you want to get into whichever one of those has the least amount of glass for you and hunker down. If you do the bath room thing, you can get in the tub and cover yourself up. But we recommend taking helmets. Put a helmet on and brace for impact. And then also bring other stuff with you too. Obviously, bring your phone, bring your tablet, bring something charged with the cell phone service. But additionally, it's important to have a go bag. Something I would do if I was anywhere in the PDS tornado watch right now and I'm anticipating big time storms. Something I would do is I would put together a go bag, right? I would have a little bag full of everything that you could possibly need just in case you lose power or you do sustain an impact from a tornado, and you know, bring shoes, right? Bring an extra pair of clothes. Bring just, you know, anything that you would need for a short trip. Put it into a little bag. Put that next to your safe spot, and just have it ready to go. All right, have that ready to go. It'll make you feel better. And then if things do go sideways, it could save your life. It could, being able to just calmly go to your safe spot and having everything that you need there could make all the difference in the amount of time that it takes you to get there, right? Like if you're freaking out, if all of a sudden you're under a tornado warning and you're freaking out, and you're trying to grab stuff, you might not, you know, make it to the safe spot in time. So you don't want to be scared. You want to be prepared. Just imagine how much less scared and more prepared you'd be if you had everything waiting on you. Like if you were just ready to go to your shelter. It makes an incredible difference. A tornado watch is probably going to be issued here pretty soon in Kansas as well. Severe potential is increasing, and a tornado watch may be needed in eastern Kansas. That was a new MCD that was just issued. Also, there was a hurricane that just made landfall. You said, what? In Minnesota? No. A hurricane Agatha, I think I'm saying that right, made landfall with a peak wind speed of 105 miles per hour. It's Mexico's strongest hurricane landfall on record before June 15th, and it's the earliest Category 2 hurricane landfall of any storm in the database, Atlantic or East Pacific. Wow, that's impressive. So yeah, this is on the the southern western side of Mexico. This isn't affecting the U.S. This could actually traverse the entire peninsula and then make it into the Bay of Campeche. Maybe go up into the Gulf. I don't know. We will certainly have a video on this tomorrow, though. If you guys want to subscribe to the channel, we'll talk about that. But yeah, we've got hurricanes making landfall. We've got naders. We've got large hail, damaging winds. It's all happening right now. But thankfully, things aren't as, I guess, crazy as what they could be. I do, unfortunately, believe that things are going to get quite a bit more active as we go later on into the day. It's 5 p.m. on the East Coast. We started streaming around 2:30, and we're going to go all the way until probably 10 p.m. All the way until 10 p.m. And if you're just now tuning in, this is probably the most significant thing that we have to show you right now, and that's that tornado watch that was issued. The PDS tornado watch that's issued for portions of Minnesota and South Dakota until 10 p.m. Central. And yeah, the PDS warning is rare. Let's dissect some of these storms on radar, shall we? Let's go through them one by one and look at them here to see what's going on with all of these storms. I'm going to start with the KMPX radar, looking at some of these storms in the northern, western portion of Minnesota. You can see that there's a big cluster of storms here, and there's not a lot of discrete supercell activity. However, this big cluster of storms going through Donnelly and Cyrus and Hancock right now is still tornado warned. In fact, it's the only tornado warning that we have right now. It's for Stevens County, and this is going to go up to the north and east towards Evansville and Alexandria before too long. 66-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported at Morris Airport not too long ago. That's moving right towards you, Cyrus and Starbuck and Glenwood in Minnesota. Get ready for that. 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Very possible with this storm. little bit of a discrete cell trying to pop up here near DeGraff, but no ample rotation with it right now. And then we also have a big storm down here near Dawson, and this big storm from Porter to Minneota to Ghent and Marshall is producing very strong winds, large hail, and that's producing a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Cottonwood all the way up there to Watson and Granite Falls. Get ready for that. All right, Storm Chaser Vince Welty's right here near Maynard. Okay, you can see his car there on the road, moving up towards Clara City. Chris FL tornadoes down here on the southern side of this very strong storm. There's a little bit of rotation where he is, so if there's going to be a tornado with this one, Chris will likely see it, like he's seen multiple today. And he's going to probably continue to move east and propagate further into that PDS tornado watch as we go forward. Extremely strong winds moving into Lake Wilson and Chandler right now. These will move into Slayton, Curry, and the lakes in Minnesota here before too long. Okay, now let's switch radar sites to KFSD, and let's take a look at some of these storms down here in Iowa. These are spinning, okay? So south of Sanborn, we've got a little bit of a rotational couplet there. Also near Paulina and Calumet in Iowa. These storms are trying to spin, but thankfully they're not really producing tornadoes right now. They could soon, but they aren't right now. We're going to continue to watch these as they move up towards Lake Park, Milford, Fostoria, Everly, Spencer, and Royal. I think by the time that these storms make it into Minnesota, which this is still an hour or so from now, that's when we really have to start watching this area for the potential for significant, large, violent, damaging, long-track tornadoes. In the near future, if anything like that's going to happen between now and 45 minutes from now, we're really watching this little area right here for more storms to kind of pop up down in this direction. Okay, if that doesn't happen, then it's these. These are going to be the takers of the day here, the significant tornado producers of the day as they go off to the northeast. Additionally, we've got more storms way down here in southwestern Iowa near Henderson and Elliott and Oakland. These will likely become severe thunderstorm warned as they move towards Atlantic and Des Moines. I wouldn't be surprised if you guys got some big time thunder boomers later this evening. And then, of course,
a new tornado warning
we
has
have
been issued.
that thin white line, the cumulus field, trying to spark up new big thunderstorms down here in Kansas as well. And the National Weather Service is likely going to issue a tornado watch for this area within the next 30 minutes or so. So get ready for that. And of course, we just got a new tornado warning, so let's zoom into that. That's a brand new tornado warning here for, Douglas and Pope counties in Minnesota. Douglas and Pope counties in Minnesota. And guess what? Brandon Kopic, Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic, is in the line of fire here. He's right in the path of this thing. So let's talk to him and let's see what he's got to say about that. Brandon, they just issued a tornado warning and you're in it. Are you planning on sticking with this storm, or are you going to head east and try to get ahead of this thing, or what? So let's see what good old Brandon Kopic has to say about his position. By the way, he's right here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's where Brandon is. And that storm is down to
we're going to probably keep an eye on it, see how it's looking. It definitely looks interesting. There's a good couplet, so we're probably going to get a little bit closer and see how it's looking.
All right. Sounds good to me. And that storm is literally right in the middle of the radar hole. Like, you can't really tell much about it.
The data you had on us was old. We're going to be heading into the tornado warning that's in Douglas County. We're actually a little bit southeast.
Oh, okay. All right, so he's going into the tornado warning there. And we'll keep an eye on him. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all we have right now. We got a tornado warning for Douglas, Pope, Grant, and Stevens counties. That there was a new warning that was issued, and I believe that if I'm not mistaken, that's just an extension of that other warning. This now includes Herman, Barrett, Hoffman, and Ashby. All right, Ashby is included in this. So we got a cluster of tornado warnings associated with our cluster of storms. Little rotational couplets all up and down this thing. No supercell with like a big tornado on the ground right now. We expect that could happen very soon, but nothing like that is happening right now. So this is what I'm going to do. All right. First I'm going to tell Frank, you can turn that off.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
First I'm going to tell Frank to turn the 360 camera off because we can't leave that on all the time. And then I'm going to tell you that Lyon County, Minnesota is under a tornado warning. Let's zoom in on that. That's a little bit further to the south. Yeah, that's a little bit further to the south there near Cottonwood. Cottonwood's included in that. And if you guys hear the vibration, I'm sorry. There's just a literal plethora of people right now buying Nader Beans coffee off the website. And I've got it set up to where I get a notification every time somebody does that. So sorry for the buzzes. We're almost sold out. ShopRyanHall.com. Anyways, we got a new tornado warning right there for, what was that for? Lyon County in Minnesota. That's a radar indicated tornado warning for eastern Lyon County. And that's going to be for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Marshall. And it's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So that's what we're dealing with there. So, Andy, can you hear me? We'll see if Andy's available to maybe give me about 10 minutes of relief because the wife.
Ryan, I think
is
Andy
texting.
just went out for a second to see what it's like outside. He should be back in just a minute.
Okay, thank you, Carly. I'm going to see whenever Andy gets back. I'm probably going to take a 10-minute break here and do, break things, and then I'll be right back. But in the meantime, we're going to continue to monitor the radar here. Oh, by the way, this is what the NATOcast with the new models showed earlier. Hatched risk all the way up to 30% there in central Minnesota. So it's important to know. I know a lot of people have been watching now. I think we've been broadcasting for, almost 3 hours straight now. And we've seen tornadoes on the stream. We've had a lot of tornado warnings. But does it really feel like a moderate risks day? To some of you, probably not. Well, you got to understand that these storms haven't even made it into the area where the conditions are most favorable for tornadoes yet. All right. Once they do, that's when we'll likely see the storm of the day and some of the more significant problems, I guess, with the tornadoes. But hopefully we're all on the same page here, and we're hoping that that doesn't happen, right? It is a good thing if we see no tornadoes today. It is a good thing if the forecast is dead wrong. It is a great thing. However, unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case today. I think that we are going to see at least a couple big-time tornadoes. Now our hope has to be that they happen in fields away from people. That's what we don't want to see these happen in the towns over here that are located up and down west central Minnesota. Jay Spire, once again, thank you so much for the very generous $100 super chat. I know that there's been a bunch that I've missed. Curtis Dean, thank you for becoming a Slight Risk member. Sometimes I will miss them. We're going to try to eventually make it to where we keep a record of all of them. And any one of them that I missed, maybe Carly can come back and show those or something. But for now, I'm sorry if I missed your super chat, but we do appreciate all of them. And I do eventually look at all of them. Even if I don't look at them live. If you're just now tuning in, we got multiple tornado warnings. We got Lyon, Douglas, Pope, Grant, and Stevens counties in Minnesota. We got very strong storms getting ready to make it into Hartley and Larrabee and Cherokee and Iowa. Get ready for those. Worthington, you got one coming as well. Fulda and Tracy and Curry and Walnut Grove in southern Minnesota. You've got a very strong storm coming with 70-mile-per-hour winds. And then you've got a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust coming to you in Cottonwood, but also a potential tornado wrapped inside of those winds. So take shelter now in Cottonwood in Minnesota. A considerable severe thunderstorm with 1 inch and 1/4 in diameter hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and another potential tornado is getting ready to move into Montevideo. That'll eventually make it over towards Granite Falls and Clara City. And then we have a large area under tornado warnings here in Lyon, Douglas, Pope, and Grant counties from Donnelly to Farewell to Elbow Lake to Barrett, all the way up there towards Forata and Alexandria. Take shelter now if you're in any of those places. Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic is over here on I-94, giving us a live look at it. He's going into the storm. He's diving into the storm right now. Andrews Page, thank you so much for becoming a high-risk member. That's super cool of you. And Casey Ferguson, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Says W. Ryan. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to try this out. Now, here's the thing. The PTZ camera, which, by the way, Frank, sorry. Frank, you can turn that PTZ back on. The PTZ stands for pan, tilt, and zoom. Okay, so our pan, tilt, and zoom camera that we have mounted on top of Storm Seeker number 3 with Brandon here, it's a work in progress. Okay, it's a beta. All right, we're trying to see if this is going to work. One of the problems that we've saw is that the mount that we're using to keep it on top of the vehicle isn't very sturdy. All right, so there's a lot of vibration. So he's driving down the interstate now. I want to see if it's unbearable, or if it at least looks good enough to where we can deal with it. You see how it's a little jumpy? That ain't too bad, though. It just looks like he's riding off-road. All right, let's test it out here. Let's, once again, we're really trying to... I think that the goal eventually is going to be to put these things on top of all of our guys' cars, so we can look at everything. Look at that. Looking behind us now. By the way, that little white thing right behind the camera is a solar panel, so the battery shouldn't die on the thing. Let's twist this thing back around. Obviously, the quality isn't 4K or anything, but, I mean, this is a live pan, tilt, and zoom. What more can you ask for? You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to pan, tilt, and zoom us over here to look to the south and to the west, so we can see into the I guess the core of the storm, because it does look like there's a very large part of the storm that has some large hail with it. That's going to be near Glenwood right now, and Brandon's actually near Forata. And so the hail core is actually going to come right up towards him from Glenwood up towards Forata. So, yeah, I'm going to continue to operate this thing and kind of pan, tilt, and zoom us around so we can get the best view. I think that this is going to be vitally important for when Brandon's just too busy to, like, point the car in the right direction, right, to show us where the storm is. So we can't see it out of the windshield. Like, this is the normal view. Well, that's all right, Brandon, because we're just going to come up to the rooftop camera and kind of point towards it ourselves. So very, very thankful to have the PTZ, the pan, tilt, zoom camera. It's a game changer for the Y'all Squad. All right, it's a game changer. And speaking of the Y'all Squad, you can see that Y'all Squad cash down there. We do have $14,000 available to Brandon and Vince. If there's anybody that needs help today because of tornado hits or anything, because of you guys going to shopryanhall.com and buying coffee and t-shirts, we literally have $14,000 just sitting around waiting to be spent on somebody who needs it that's affected by storms. Couldn't thank you guys enough for that. And then also there's around $6,000 worth of supplies and medical equipment inside of their vehicles. That was also brought to you by the Y'all Squad and purchases from shopryanhall.com. So, yeah. Let me see what else we've got going on here. Ooh, well, it looks like we got the first severe thunderstorm warning of the day down here in Iowa. That's going to be for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1 inch and 1/4 in diameter hail down here towards Hartley and Everly and Milford. So if you're in Iowa, first severe thunderstorm warning for you guys. It's coming. Get ready for it.
New information.
All right. We got a confirmed tornado warning now for Douglas and Pope County, Minnesota. The National Weather Service has issued a confirmed tornado warning for Pope in Douglas County in Minnesota. So let me try to find that one for you. Yeah, that got upgraded to a TORR, a reported tornado. All right, so Douglas. I'm trying to see if that is the storm. That's the Lyon County storm. So this. Okay, so here we go. This is the storm that Brandon is going into right now. This is the storm that Brandon is going into right now. The National Weather Service confirmed a tornado was located over Starbuck, or 19 miles east of Morris, moving north at 60 miles per hour. A tornado is moving 60 miles per hour, y'all. Damaging hail and a damaging tornado is on the ground. Weather spotters reported tornado. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. So a confirmed tornado is on the ground right now, just to the south of where storm chaser Brandon Kopic is right now. All right, I'm going to make sure he knows that. I'm sure you already know, but they upgraded that warning that you're in to confirmed. I guess somebody just south of you saw a tornado. 2-inch in diameter hail and a tornado with this storm moving into Ferrata.
Yeah, I've got your stream up. We're going to blast west here on 94. We're probably going to stop for a quick second at the rest area, and then we're going to continue onward. We are going to
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Interstate 94 south of Alexandria.
All right, so that was storm chaser Brandon Kopic on I-94 near Ferrata, and he is getting ready to intercept a storm that has a confirmed tornado with it near Ferrata and Alexandria. It's going to cross I-94 here just north of Ferrata, and yeah, what you see in front of you is the forward, or it's really the shelf cloud out in front of the main line. If there's a tornado in here, and apparently there is, it's inside of the storm, so you can't really see it that well from this vantage point. Let's come back up to the PTZ camera, and I will. So right now we're going. Oops, Frank. Go ahead and turn that back on for me if you don't care. So whenever we get that back up, we'll go back to that. But like I was saying, what we're seeing is the shelf cloud associated with the front of this. And what we're going to try to do is try to turn the camera over to the left a little bit so that we can see directly into the core. All right, we want to see into the core of the storm. And now we have our PTZ camera back up. And we're going to try to do that right now. Looks like the cell service is very low. Looks like we're having some problems with intermittent connectivity, so that's probably why we're not seeing it. So we'll come back to that here in a second. But just off, if we were able to turn the camera to the left, that's where we would actually see the core of the storm. Which we'll try again right here in a second. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, you're looking at a live view of a confirmed tornado warned storm near Ferrata and Alexandria in Minnesota along I-94. We have a live storm chaser here who's providing us with live footage of this. He's driving into it, and we're trying to get our pan, tilt, and zoom camera on top of the car to point over to the south, which will give us a better vantage point of seeing into the storm. So once again, tornado warning. Tornado warning for Douglas and Pope counties. Take shelter immediately. Take shelter immediately. This is an incredibly dangerous storm. We have a tornado on the ground. And even if you don't end up getting hit by the tornado, you're going to have a problem with the 2-inch in diameter hail that we're seeing reported out of this thing. So that's what we're worried about there. 2-inch in diameter hail and a potential tornado. Somebody just said, I'm in Minneapolis and all I see is sun. Well, that's actually not a good sign. If you're in Minneapolis right now, in Minneapolis, you're not under the PDS tornado watch. In fact, you're not under a tornado watch at all. Most of the dangerous weather is expected to happen to your west. But all of the sun over here in this area is fueling these storms. So the more sun that we get, the more instability that there will be, and the more problems we're going to have as these storms approach central Minnesota. Okay, we just got a new tornado warning, so let's zoom in on that. that's up here in the same area where we have just an overlapping mess of storms around let's see here, Glenwood, Alexandria. Now it includes Carlos and Miltona. That's where that new warning was just issued for. So yeah, that's what we're looking at now. That's the tornado warning. And we also have a tornado warning that continues down here for Cottonwood, but I think that that's going to be allowed to expire pretty soon. I think it will. It looks like we have a little bit of convection starting over here near Hector. I'm interested to see what that looks like a little bit closer up. Let's switch to the Minneapolis radar. Okay. Not looking like much right now, but it's these storms right here. If we see stuff that pop up right here, that's what I'm going to be concerned about mostly. Nevertheless, we're still going to have a really bad time out of most of these storms as they come up, even along this line right here. So, Andy, can you hear me now?
And Chad.
Got you, Ryan.
All right. If you don't care, I'm going to take a brief. I'm going to take a brief break. And
I just want to let you know we're right north, I think, of the Iowa border. We've got a storm here that's trying to get its act together near Lake Park, Iowa. So I'm just giving you a heads up. We're going to kind of monitor it for a minute.
Okay, so that was Storm Chaser Zach talking to Chad. Okay, so I'm going to leave you to it, Andy, for 10 minutes. If you don't care, can you do that for me?
I can. Thank you, Ryan.
All right, so I'm going to give it to Andy. I'm going to take a brief break, guys, and I will be right back.
All right. Hi, friends. This meteorologist, Andy Hill. If you don't know me, I'm the lead meteorologist with the team here. I'm commandeering a team of like 20 to 25 volunteer analysts, weather weenies, much like yourself, who are overly qualified. And we're covering these cells in the background whilst Ryan is streaming here. So just now, there was a spotter report of a rotating wall cloud at the intersection of County Highway 21 and Highway 88, a mile north of Carlisle, Minnesota, which I believe is up in our northern tornado warnings here near Alexandria along I-94. Okay, so our active tornado warnings are include Alexandria, Minnesota, and also Grant County to the west. And then we have one more active tornado warning near Green Valley and Marshall, Minnesota. I did see a vertical wind profile near Marshall earlier, and it was quite concerning, quite curvy. In addition to that, there are plentiful, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings around the area. You can see near Tracy and near Fergus Falls. Those are warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and they're moving anywhere around 45 to 65 miles an hour. So those are coming at you quickly. If you're in those areas, you have little time to prepare, whether it's damaging winds or a possible spin-up tornado there. It's going to be rough out. So you don't want to be out there. Another storm we're watching is down in northwest Iowa near Hartley. That's along County Highway 18. That is exhibiting signs of rotation. We have our line of supercells down there that are moving northeast into central Minnesota, where the best parameters currently exist for tornadic supercells in particular, which will also contain significant hail and wind gust threats as they move across central Minnesota. All right, so that's a coverage of our current warnings. Ryan's currently taking a break. If you just came in now, I'm watching the chat too, wherever you guys are. I just went outside. I know he called me earlier. I'm sorry. I was actually outside just being in the significant tornado environment, an environment capable of supporting significant tornadoes. I had to feel it, right? Like I had to feel it. I've been here for a year in the Twin Cities, and I just had to experience it. The few times that it's been here in the last year, I gotta feel what it's like. So, yep, I'm sorry. I was out there, but now I'm here, and Ryan is able to take a break. So if you're just now joining, he will be back in roughly 5 minutes or so, but I will keep you covered until then, along with our team of 20 analysts and, of course, our lead news relay, Carly, who's an incredible individual with me here. We are in a moderate risk of severe weather today. If you are not aware, the Twin Cities, other major population centers here around eastern Minnesota are in an enhanced risk, including a risk for tornadoes and damaging winds primarily over here. Actually, we're also in the significant hail risk. So everywhere in the Twin Cities, we are in an enhanced risk. Our moderate risk is maximized to our west, and that includes areas of, like St. Cloud along I-94, Alexandria. You're currently getting it. Of course, you can keep track of our storm chasers over top of me here. We've got 6 cams currently. Brandon Kopic is the closest storm chaser to the tornado warning that was confirmed near Alexandria, headed towards I-94. All right. So yes, if you're in the chat, feel free to tell me what it's like there. I see it's humid down there near St. Paul. I agree. I am in West Minneapolis. So I just went outside and felt the gusty surface winds. Plenty wet out there. I kind of feel a little damp after I was just out there. So if you're in the warm sector, if you're in the risk area, and it's safe to do so, please don't go outside if you're in a current warning. Go ahead and tell me what it's like there. But yeah, I'm in the western periphery of the Twin Cities, so I get to see what's coming in here at first. And if you're curious, those storms should arrive in the Twin Cities around 7 to 8 p.m. our time, local time. But they could arrive earlier if we're getting hit by a Boeing segment. That's something that's going to move faster than predicted because it's being driven by winds behind it, and it'll pack a punch. So I would look out if you're in Hennepin County and around the metro. I would look out anywhere from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. local time as you go east in the Twin Cities metro area. The environment will be plenty supportive at that time for significant severe weather. And I know if you were here and you watched my As Live earlier, I went over how we're having an active May up here in Minnesota. Our primary severe weather season is June and July, but in May, it can be just as active, and that's what we've seen. So I do want to tell you that if we can make it through today, while not being scared, but being prepared, if we can make it through today here in Minnesota, we will have some great weather, pleasant weather, breezy conditions, upper 60s Fahrenheit, 70 Fahrenheit, right around room temp for, like 5 days after this. Maybe a chance for rain around June 4th, next Saturday. But we're really going to experience the good weather here. So we need to pay attention today. Rely on the stream for the best nowcasting that you can get through Ryan's team and himself. And then, we'll be good to go. So today, pay attention. Let's make it through strong and not put ourselves
New information.
in risk, okay?
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right. Again, we're watching northwest Iowa near May City. That's about to cross the border. Also, we have the PDS tornado warning. Okay, let's cover that. Okay, wow. That is for Douglas and Pope counties. That is the Alexandria cell, okay? That is the storm impacting Alexandria, Minnesota, along I-94 there, and areas to the south, including Glenwood. That is a PDS tornado warning, okay? So I can't emphasize enough that you should be in your tornado safe spot, interior most room of your house. Put a helmet on if you've got it. Bring something to cover you. If you don't have a basement or a storm shelter, that's where you should be. A PDS tornado warning is a particularly dangerous situation. It means that a damaging tornado is either in progress or is likely to be in progress imminently. So, Andy, Alexandria, go ahead, Carla.
If I could give you some news really quick, I just now got a report 3 miles west of Starbuck in Pope County, Minnesota. Spotter saw a rain-wrapped tornado on the ground and multiple trees down, and a truck hauling a trailer was rolled. So just to give you that information real quick.
All right. Okay. So 3 miles west of Starbuck, you said?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So that's going to move through Lowry and into Ferrata and Alexandria imminently. And it's right next to Glenwood, Minnesota. Okay. So if you're in these areas or you know someone in this area, please give them the call immediately. If they don't already know they're in a tornado warning somehow, they need another stimulus. So if you know someone in Alexandria, give them a call. Even if they know everything about this already, you got to give them a call. Sometimes it takes 9 different stimuli to get someone in their safe spot. And you could be the one that, makes the difference. So if you know someone there, get them in their safe spot right now. Okay, Alexandria, Minnesota, Ferrata, also areas north of Glenwood and north of Starbuck. Holmes City, just east of Holmes City, you are in a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning right now. Sirens are going off in Alexandria. You're in Melrose. I don't know how far east Melrose is. I can't see. If you are in Douglas and Pope counties, you should be in your safe spots. So if Melrose is in Douglas County, then definitely be in your safe spot. And make sure that you're not outside and filming this right now. That's not a good idea.
Yeah, and Andy, just real quick, while you're mentioning Douglas County, I'm just now getting a report of high winds in Douglas County, lines and trees down. So even outside of these active tornado warnings, the thunderstorms that are moving through this area are very intense, packing a punch. So definitely make sure you have access to your safe place, even if you are not in a tornado warning. These are strong storms.
Thank you, Carly. All right, we have storms also passing the border into Minnesota from Iowa near Round Lake. Zach Hall is the closest storm chaser to those. I'm starting to see some stronger rotation wrapping up there near Round Lake and Brewster along I-90. And that's in southwest Minnesota and Jackson County. There's no warning for that currently, but we're watching that storm intently near Heron Lake. We'll head towards you. Okay, once again, PDS tornado warning for Alexandria, a populated area along I-94 in west central Minnesota. Alexandria, if you know somebody there, make sure to get them in their safe spot. Give them a call right now. If you are there, get in your safe spot right now. Bring us with you. Bring a helmet with you and interior-most room of your house or a basement. That's where you want to be. Additionally, we have a tornado warning just north of that, extending north, preemptively issued for Otter Tail County. That includes Burbank and also Henning, Minnesota. Henning, Vining, Burbank, Deer Creek along Highway 29 and 106 and 108. So county roads there.
Yep. And Andy, again, I'm just going to interject real quick. So we've got another report coming in 3 miles north of Milan in Swift County, Minnesota. This appears to be a different cell a little bit to the southwest, but Swift County, Minnesota, tornado hit a family farm. The family was sheltered and they are not injured. Additionally, another spotter network report coming in from Ashby, Minnesota. Large tree branches down on Bean Avenue, trees uprooted in downtown Ashby. So we'll keep you updated as that comes in.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I do want to make sure that this is iterated. It's a radar indicated particularly dangerous situation, which means this is actually a very relevant warning issued for this area because it is in a radar hole. What that means is we're only sampling these storms 3 miles above the surface. We can't really see what's happening at the surface. So if the rotation aloft looks incredibly dangerous, and supportive of a tornado, we can issue, or the National Weather Service, will issue a particularly dangerous situation warning without knowledge of whether that's currently ongoing at the ground, because it's extremely supportive of an incredibly dangerous tornado. So a radar indicated PDS does not mean that you should be outside and looking at it, okay? You should be in your safe spot 100% because the National Weather Service believes that this is capable, supportive, and imminently producing a strong up to a strong tornado possible in this area. The rotation is moving into Alexandria and Ferrata right now along I-94 in Minnesota. Okay.
Andy, real quick, I also have to let you know, if you are in Douglas County, where we just mentioned, Douglas County Emergency Services having trouble sounding their sirens due to power loss. So you shouldn't wait for sirens to shelter. But if you're waiting for a siren, don't do that. They're having trouble sounding them. If you're in Douglas County, you should already be sheltered right now.
Thank you, Carly. Yep. And just to reinforce that message, the civil authorities for Douglas County have issued a civil danger warning. Okay. So that means that they want you in your safe spots. Ryan's taking a break right now. I believe he's just now back or he may be actively eating so that he can get back. So if you're just now joining us, Ryan's taking a quick break. I'm meteorologist Andy Hill, covering in his spot. I'm the lead meteorologist here, and we're covering a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning in Douglas and Pope counties. Now in Douglas County is where the primary rotation is headed, probably just east of Alexandria, but our resolution's so low that we can't tell. Okay, Ryan, go ahead and take it away.
Okay, thank you so much, Andy. Thank you for taking the wheel while I was gone there. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a PDS tornado warning for Pope and Douglas counties, and we have storm chaser Brandon Kopic in this warning, but our service is very minimal here where he is. So we're going to try our best to keep up with him and make sure that we're seeing what's going on. But this is a live look on top of Storm Seeker number 3. You can see a little bit of what's going on there with the very strong winds blowing to the south. It's blowing into the core of the storm, which is interesting here. He might be close to the rotation that's prompting this warning. But anyways, this is a live look at the inside of the storm there at the PDS warning. It's choppy, I know, but it's just the best that we can do right now because of the amount of service problems that we're having. Let me put Frank. Frank, can you put Brandon in 1 for me? Spot number 1. All right, so we're going to put Brandon's feet above my head, and then we're going to look at the radar here as we focus on Alexandria and the areas near it. The National Weather Service has issued a PDS tornado warning for Douglas and Pope counties. That means that a particularly dangerous situation is unfolding where we believe not only a tornado, but a very bad, a strong tornado is moving through the area here near Alexandria. Wow. So Brandon Kopic's car just took a direct hit almost from the area of rotation that prompted this warning. So it'll be interesting to hear from him once we get a little bit better service. But right now, I do see him intermittently. He's not been hit by a tornado or anything, but that right there is the area of rotation that actually prompted this PDS warning. So very interesting. Okay, so we've lost his. He's just really fighting for cell signal right now. But if you are downstream from this is going to continue to go up towards Nelson and Carlos. It's on the eastern side of Alexandria right now. Make sure you are taking shelter. All right, Nelson, Carlos, all the way up towards Miltona and Rose City. This is going to be a dangerous storm. This is likely going to continue to produce a tornado as it goes off to the north. Let's take a look at a couple different radar sites, just to make sure that we're getting the best look at this. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I just wanted to let you know that the initial PDS warning was radar indicated, but it was continued as a radar confirmed PDS. Okay, just so you're aware.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy. So we've got a radar confirmed PDS there. Man, once again, this thing is just in the worst possible spot. No, hardly any radar coverage out here, right in the middle of the radar hole, actually. So we're trying our best to paint you a picture as to where we think the tornado is, and really it's just going to be underneath this area right here, somewhere underneath there. Remember, we're so far away from the radar here. This is way back in Minneapolis. We're looking up towards Alexandria. This is so far back that the radar beam is pointing up into the sky a little bit. We're a couple thousand feet above where normally you would want to see to try to figure out if there's a tornado on the ground. But thankfully, we do have storm spotters out there who have reported it in, or we've also now got looking at different tilts of the radar and stuff. We've confirmed it via radar, and this is moving up towards Bell River. This is also moving up towards Highway 73 and the Highway 74 intersection north of Nelson as you go into Bell River. So please take shelter immediately, guys. This is a dangerous storm. Got 2 areas of rotation showing up. Also another one down here near Westport. This is just the whole area. I don't care if you're under the PDS warning or the regular warning. Everybody in Douglas and Pope and Otter Tail counties in Minnesota needs to take shelter now. So, yeah. Andy, did you have something else, or did I just forget to clear the lights?
Nothing else.
Okay, go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, just a moment ago, we got a report of a 911 call from a family that was trapped in their home. They are all safe and okay, but they claim their home was hit by a tornado. We are still working to confirm that. We don't have any knowledge of the extent of that damage yet. And also a semi has reportedly been flipped in Douglas County as well. So we're getting some steady reports coming in from Douglas County, but that feed has just cut out. So we'll keep you updated as best as we can through other sources.
All right, thank you, Carly. And if you don't care, whenever you get a chance, just drop me a link to one of the active
absolutely
ones. All right, so damage is coming in. Damage reports are coming in. And now we're starting to see more intense rotational couplets pop up on radar. Once again, we got that PDS warning for Douglas and Pope counties. And Vince Welty locked his keys in his car live on stream. Luckily, the tow truck was 5 minutes away.
A new tornado warning.
All right. Vince locked his keys in his car. Wow. Okay, anyways, a new tornado warning was just issued.
A new tornado warning
another
has
new
been
tornado
issued.
warning was just issued. Let's zoom into the first one. This one's going to be down here right around the border of Iowa and Minnesota. This is going to include Windham, Stoughton, and Jeffers. And then also the other one that was issued right after that is a little bit further to the north, and this is a big one. This includes Kirkhoven, Sunburg, Sedan, and Sauk Center in Iowa, or I'm sorry, Minnesota. You're under a tornado warning as a very strong line of storms is getting ready to come through, likely able to produce multiple tornadoes as it comes through. So if you're in Sauk Center, Belgrade even, or Kirkhoven, or Sedan or Sunburg, please take shelter immediately. Please take shelter immediately. Yeah, Vince locked his keys in his car. He's all right. He's gaining access to his car now. Thankfully, the tow truck was only 5 minutes away.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
All right, the National Weather Service has issued a new PDS warning. A new particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has now been issued for Bertha, Eagle Bend, and Browerville and Long Prairie. So take shelter now if you're in any of those places. Remember, a PDS tornado warning is not a normal tornado warning. Okay? This is not going to just blow over. This is on the ground. This is going to cause problems. And this could potentially be life-threatening to you if you don't prepare for it, if you don't take shelter, if you don't try to reduce the damage to your property and to yourself. So what you need to do is you need to take shelter. You need to run, okay? You don't need to walk. You need to run to shelter right now if you're in the area over here that's experiencing this storm. One of the things that's important to remember is that we're going to have a hard time. We're going to have a very hard time trying to depict where this thing is on radar because it's right in the middle of a radar hole, like we've mentioned multiple times. But we can assume that it's somewhere near Bell River, okay? And the reason why they issued this warning, it's so big, is because the best guess that I have is it's gonna take it up into Bell Bend or Eagle Bend, but the further north this goes, the more out of the radar zone it'll be. So we're just going to go ahead and preemptively take shelter in Browerville, Clarissa, and Eagle Bend, and all the way down to Little Sauk, because this whole area will likely recycle into a new tornado, even though the big one is likely right around Bell River right now. It's going to continue to go up to the northeast towards Spruce Center and Rose City. Clotho, you need to watch out. Eagle Bend and Clarissa, take shelter now. Do not come out of your shelter. Do not try to look for this tornado. You cannot see it. You will not be able to see it. I can promise you that. This is a look at what the conditions are like inside of where the tornado warning is. You can't see anything. This is a live look at Brandon Kopic's feed. He's inside of the tornado warned storm. I haven't heard anything from him about actually seeing a tornado, but as you can see, it would be hard to see it anyways because I mean, it's just pouring the rain. Okay, this is happening inside the storm. This is not a supercell that has a pretty looking tornado hanging off the dangly bed on the bottom side. This is a nasty rain wrapped big time tornado, and you don't want to play around with it. So let's just stay sheltered, and we're going to keep you updated on what to expect next. Eagle Bend, Clarissa, and Bowerville, you need to be in your safe spots, y'all. Looks like Brandon, where is he? I think Brandon is just to the north. No, he's going through Miltona right now, I think. I think this is the town that he's in. So hopefully everybody in this town is in their safe spots. Thankfully, it does look like everybody, there's not a lot of people on the road, which is a good sign. So hopefully everybody understands the severity of the situation and realizes they are under a PDS tornado warning. Trying my best to download the latest radar imagery here. Having a real hard time. Good news is we have Radar Omega, the best radar, and that's given us a good look at what's going on between Bell River and Eagle Bend right now. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, Ryan, we're getting a couple different reports. One is a tornado spotted heading towards Nelson, and we're working behind the scenes to vet these right now. But a tornado perhaps spotted heading towards Nelson. And the second one is a caller in Douglas said her home is gone, and she's in the area that would be under the stairs, and they're calling for all help possible. So we're working to get as much information as we can, but it appears Douglas has taken some kind of heavy hit at this point. We'll keep you updated.
Okay, thank you so much, Carly. Does sound like Douglas, once again, Douglas County has taken some of the county has taken a hit from maybe a large tornado. And remember, you're under that PDS warning if you're in Douglas, Pope, or Todd counties. We're hearing the damage. The radar is not our friend right now. We can't tell much about what's going on through the radar, but we're hearing it through the radio feeds. We're hearing it from first responders. This storm is doing bad things, all right? If you want to protect yourself from it and you're in Pope or Todd counties, your best bet is to take shelter. Get inside of your safe spot. Get under the stairs. Get in the most interior room of your home, and we'll let you know when it's time to come out. So this is the storm in question up here, and we're going to continue to monitor it via high-res velocity and also the reflectivity as we go forward. And Brandon Kopic is just incredibly close to this thing. There we go. So Brandon's right here. The tornado is likely up here, moving into Rose City now. See if we can't pull up his, let's see if we can't pull him up now. Nope. Yeah, it's still not working. I'll have to turn around and fix that, I believe. Give me just a second, y'all. You should still be able to hear me. I've just got to fix our PTZ camera real quick. And we should be good. Yep, there we go. All right, so we're going to keep that pulled up because Brandon's incredibly close. But remember, guys, if you're in Rose City, Eagle Bend, Clarissa, Bertha, or any of these places in Minnesota, you're in the direct path of a very dangerous storm. We got a PDS tornado warning here. There's reports that homes are gone. Okay, homes are gone and people are trapped. This is the kind of storm that's heading towards you. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to get you to be prepared. All right, we got a very strong storm, particularly dangerous situation. Take shelter now. Trying to get in contact with Brandon. Brandon, we're getting some pretty serious damage reports coming out of Douglas County. Looks like the tornado took a path pretty close to you. I'm just wondering if you're seeing anything or if you're hearing anything on your end.
Haven't seen anything on our end. We've been pretty close, but it's heavily wrapped in rain right now. Cat has seen some down branches and such, but nothing significant. We're trying to blast north and get east. We got blocked by a closed road, but we're trying to keep up with it right now.
All right. All right. Thank you, Brandon Kopic, Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic's out there. Very close.
They also say it's wherever you make it. They don't.
Very close to this storm. Let me get logged into my Broadcastify account here so I can listen in on the emergency management feeds that we've got pulled up.
Ashby Fire 2, Dalton, you got a copy?
Ashby, Dalton should be on OT2 if you want to try them there.
Can't call it back. Open line, no answer.
10-4.
Alpha, it's been great chatting with y'all. I'll be clear and monitoring.
All right, so we're going to listen in. Obviously, Carly and the rest of the researchers are listening closer or listening more closely than what we can. So if they hear anything significant that we need to report on, they will let us know. But it does sound like there's some significant damage coming out of these areas. So once again, if you live downstream here, if you're in Rose City or Eagle Bend or Bertha, Clarissa, you need to take shelter now. This is going to be a dangerous storm, capable of producing a big-time tornado. In fact, it has been producing a big-time tornado from what we can tell. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning for Douglas and Todd County. That's your PDS warning. But additionally, we have a lot of radar indicated tornado warnings all up and down Minnesota. Okay, so down here in Jeffers and Windham counties, y'all are under a tornado warning. Also, Sauk Center, Sunberg, and Kirkoven, you're under a tornado warning. Long Prairie, Eagle Bend, Browerville, and Bertha, you are the ones that are under that PDS tornado warning. And then Henning, Ottertail, and Deer Creek, you're under a tornado warning as well. Mostly focused on this one right here, though.
Ryan, Vince.
Yeah, go ahead, Vince.
I got a view on the external outdoor camera here of this tornado warning, not the confirmed, but the regular tornado warning here in Minnesota on stream. Have you heard any reports from Brandon or anybody that's on that confirmed tornado warning? If any damage or anything like that?
I haven't heard anything from Brandon. It's a very rain-wrapped, nasty storm. But through the emergency management feeds that we're listening to, it does sound like some places in Douglas County were hit pretty hard. Houses taking pretty big damage. And then also, I think we heard of somebody that had to be rescued because they were just trapped by some debris. So something happened. I don't know if it's still down or not. Brandon can't see anything. He's right next to the circulation. But that's a beautiful view that
All right, I'll reach out to him here in a little bit. I'm going to continue north to stick up with this tornado warning. This one looks like it's mostly just kind of a shelf cloud, but we'll see what happens. I guess I'll continue north. I had locked my keys in the car, but we're good now.
All right, Carly, go ahead.
Yeah, so just to update you really quick, Ferrata, Minnesota, which is south of Alexandria, and surrounding areas are reporting extensive damage. They are requesting all personnel. Responders are saying that they have power outages, damages everywhere, and some homes are completely leveled. Numerous trees are blocking the road, which of course makes it a lot more difficult for the personnel to get in and to understand the severity of the situation. But that's what we know at the moment. Of course, we'll keep you updated and try to get any visuals we can to get up on stream for you. But right now it's apparent that Ferrata, Minnesota has taken some kind of extensive damage.
Okay, Carly, thank you so much. Once again, Ferrata, it looks like it's taken a pretty big hit from a tornado. That's down here. Sorry. I don't know why that text is covering it up, but it's down here south of I-94. This is right around where Brandon Kopic is. Like, the winds or the tornado that caused this damage went right past Brandon. I don't know if he just got lucky and just wasn't in it when it happened or what, but this is just south of where Brandon is now. Once again, we're hearing of significant damage in this area, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. Brandon is in the area, so we'll see if he sees any damage where he is, but it does sound like a very significant situation unfolding here as a PDS tornado warning still exists, and that very tornado just went through portions of Douglas County and Ferrata, and we've got a lot of damage coming out. Eagle Bend, Bertha, Browerville, you're next. Not trying to scare you, trying to make sure that you're prepared. All right, the same storm's coming right for you. I hope to goodness you're in your safe spot.
234 is working that way now.
But yeah, the storm is extremely strong still as it comes into Eagle Bend. That's where the tornado likely is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning for Otter Tail County and Becker County, Minnesota.
Clear at 1658.
Yeah, so right there around I'd say 30 minutes ago, that's when we had the tornado go through Ferrata. Can't really see anything on the correlation coefficient drop. You can certainly see the area of rotation that sparked it. And then it went across the road east of Alexandria. And now it does look like the rotation has weakened a little bit, but it's still, we still have something there. So, PDS warning for Eagle Bend, Bertha, and Hewitt. Take shelter now. I am looking through Twitter to see if there's anything else that we can look at as far as visually for this storm. But first of all, take a look at this. This is the shelf cloud that Vince Welty is approaching. Vince Welty is a little bit further to the south. He is on that storm. So he's closer to New London and Spicer. And he's closer to that storm that has the tornado warning for Kirkhoven and Sunburg. So very strong storm coming into frame there from Storm Chaser Vince Welty. I'm going to continue to monitor Twitter to see if we've got any new pictures or videos or anything out of the town that was impacted by that PDS tornado. As of right now, what we've got is a lot of reports coming out of from emergency services, which a lot of times that's the first thing that you'll get. Cy Berg, thank you so much for the very generous $50 super chat. Yeah, what you're looking at here is a live view near Spicer, Minnesota. as a very strong storm's coming in. This has got a severe thunderstorm warning on it, and it's considerable. Okay, considerable severe thunderstorm. I'm going to refresh something real quick. Yeah, a considerable severe thunderstorm, and with 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter of an inch size hail. That's coming into Spicer, Minnesota right now, and that's the storm that we're looking at from Vince Welty. This is not the PDS tornado warning that we've been talking about. This is a separate storm, and it does have a tornado warning with it that includes Sunberg, but New London, which is Spicer and New London, that's where Vince Welty is now. His current location is not under a tornado warning, but man, that is a strong storm coming in towards Vince right now. And here's that PDS warning that's still in effect right now for Douglas and Todd counties. Clarissa, Bertha, and Hewitt are the places that need to be watching out the most. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now.
If you guys could send some people, and if you got any side-by-sides or anything like that, and head down to Ferreta.
We will send a couple trucks down there. We'll stop at home and grab my 4-wheeler and head down there.
10-4.
Carlos, unit 11 to dispatch. If they need some of us too, we can do the same.
Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, just to give you an update, we do not have any visuals yet at the moment, but right now we're getting reports of a person trapped under a home. It's apparent that the areas near mile marker 65 and 70 have taken some kind of hit. We're getting multiple reports of injuries, some people unconscious. We also are hearing of a leaking propane tank. I've heard mention of a campground potentially, but we're working to extensively vet this information a little bit further. And it mentions of a highway keeping brought up. The only major highway I'm seeing near Ferreta is Highway 29. But we're also getting reports of multiple vehicle accidents where it appears the tornadic circulation could have gone over that highway, but we do know that the eastbound direction at mile marker 70 is completely blocked right now. So again, these are very preliminary reports. We're working to vet them and to get a better understanding of where this could have tracked. But again, right now it just appears that there's a lot of damage coming out of Douglas County, and the responders are working to just get in the area first.
All right. Thank you, Carly. A lot of times hit the town of Ferreta, south of Alexandria, Minnesota. A PDS tornado warning was
Hey
issued.
Ryan, just wanted to give you an update. Rose City, Minnesota, right where that couplet was just kind of sitting for a couple scans. 0.
He's got terrible service. I swear, everything works so smoothly until you actually get in the storm.
At the station.
Hey Ryan, just wanted to give you an update. Rose City, Minnesota, right where that couplet was just kind of sitting for a couple scans. Zero on the ground in this time.
Brandon, you cut off after you said the couplet, right where that couplet sat for a little bit. We didn't hear what you said after that.
Who has seizures?
No town, I repeat, damage. Zero damage. Zero damage.
Okay, 0 damage in Rose City. That's good news. So it looks like if there was a tornado, it was very brief right around the Ferrata area, or Ferrata. And it's also possible that this could have been straight line, just really strong straight line damaging wind damage as well. But obviously we can't tell. All we have are preliminary reports from these emergency managers. And I believe that it was probably a tornado, as we did get multiple reports of a tornado on the ground. That's what sparked that PDS warning. So we're going to continue to watch this. We still have tornadic circulations near Wadena and Bluffton, Minnesota. And that's going to continue to cause problems as we watch this move off to the north and east. Still a big tornadic signature near Bertha. That's the one that caused the problem with the PDS tornado just to the south. But yeah, there's another one right up here too. So very, very interesting what's going on here with these storms. It's hard to keep up with them because they're out of the, like, we can't really see them on radar. But we do know that there's still rotation. We still have that warning for Bertha and Hewitt and Clarissa and Browerville. Please take shelter now. We also just got a new one that includes Perham, Wolf Lake, Osage, and Ponsford. So please heed these warnings, guys. These things are dropping crazy big, damaging tornadoes just out of nowhere. KMVX. Let me switch radar sites here and see if I can't get a better vantage point on this. It's very annoying. Very annoying having to deal with radar holes. Once again, you pay taxes. You pay taxes for this. We need more radars. There's a better look at the couplet near Bertha. And you can also see that there's still a tornadic circulation here near Wolf Lake and right north of Wadena. All three of these areas have the potential to have a tornado on the ground right now.
Brandon Fire, 2 Douglas County on DG1. Go ahead, Brandon Fire. We just are out here by Odyssey Field, and a chunk of their roof is gone.
So here's a look at the road near West Union in Long Prairie and Ferrata and Little Rock. This is a closed down portion of the road, Highway 27 there, that goes between I-94 and 71. And a lot of times when you see something like this, there's more than likely potentially damage on that road somewhere.
There's a tree blocking the southbound 29 right by Lake Reno. 4 state patrols been made aware.
Ferrata, my bad. Yeah, I'll say it wrong again, probably. Tornadic circulation is now coming up towards Bertha, Minnesota. Yeah, just to the right around Bertha, now going towards Aldrich and Staples. This is still looking incredibly concerning to me. Looks like there very well could be a tornado still associated with this area of rotation. Moving towards Aldrich right now. Take shelter immediately. This is in Artichoke, Minnesota. Artichoke, Minnesota, have got some damage to a big metal building. Speaking of big metal buildings, I know there's a lot of these out here in this part of Minnesota. A lot of people work in them. A lot of people, that's where you're like, that's where you work. These are not good places to be if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. So just keep that in mind. Damage to those will be the first things that get damaged.
We do have an extra crew.
Wait, listen. If you're camping, this is one way to keep up with the weather. I love it. They got the big projector screen on the side of the camper watching the stream. Now, if you're camping, is awesome. Good idea.
209, you are all muffled. We can't hear you.
Hey Ryan, if you get a chance, ask the analysts what they think about that storm going up near St. Cloud. We're debating on abandoning this line of embedded storms in case that one ends up becoming a dominant, discrete supercell. But would love your guys' opinion.
All right, so we're going to help...
Fire Douglas County. We're en route down to Ferrada for assistance.
Oh, I see what he's talking about. Andy, you got a second?
Yeah, I'm here, Ryan.
Brandon and Vince, more than likely, are probably debating abandoning this line of storms and going after the more discrete stuff that's popping up over there towards St. Cloud and just north and west of Minneapolis. I'm seeing what it looks like on radar. It looks promising just from looking at it on radar, but I'm wondering what you're seeing as far as the mesoanalysis goes and stuff like that. Is there any reason for them to not make that move?
So latest convective allowing model guidance looks like those storms don't have a chance really to mature because they're moving. They're going to be overcome by the line essentially.
Right.
It doesn't seem like they really had the time to pop up and mature like previous runs, 5-6 hours ago were showing us that we'd have multiple long track supercells there and through central Minnesota, but they haven't really materialized. Like we've got a couple of pop-up showers there now that I'm not confident in personally, but of course I don't want the storm chasers to hold me accountable for telling them not to go, and then it does something they wanted to see. So I honestly would say not to abandon it, but that's just me.
Right. All right. Well, thank you, Andy. We'll make sure to tell Brandon that you said to never even look at those storms. I'm just joking. Let's get back with Brandon. Brandon, those storms, those are the same ones more than likely I think that the HRRR were showing earlier, and like Andy was saying, I don't know if you heard him on the stream or not, but they've just formed too late, so it does seem like it seems like they're not going to be the big time show makers that we originally thought they were going to be, but it's up to you, obviously. Certainly the best chance of a visible tornado is going to come from those storms. Everything in this line is going to continue to be rain wrapped, I think, for the entirety of the whole night.
Ryan, we just came across what is likely tornado damage. Big time trees uprooted. No structures hit, but we're following in right now.
All right, so this is a live look at some of the tornado damage here near where Brandon Kopic is right now, and he is just to the north and east of Rose City. So if this is tornado damage, this is likely going to be the same exact tornado that went through areas just to the south of here that we're seeing some of the reports from. Wow, there's some significant damage. Hold on, I'm trying to fix the PTZ camera. This is something we're just going to have to work with to try to get this fixed. All right, so let's pull up the PTZ here to see what's going on.
A new tornado
We
warning
got a new
has been
tornado
issued.
warning for okay, Todd, Becker, Ottertail, and Pope and Streams County. Those are under, or Stearns County. Those are under tornado warning. Sorry, guys. I got a problem. Can you switch Vince and Brandon again? Sorry. All right, so this is a live look at some of the damage that we're seeing here, just to the north and east of Rose City. It doesn't look like anything too incredible. Like, doesn't look like anything too bad. Just a lot of tree damage.
So Ryan, we
is
are
what I'm
seeing what appears to be tornado damage in Eagle Bend, Minnesota. Lots of trees down, fairly large trees. We just talked with a deputy sheriff, and he said there's no injuries. They're good where they're at right now. We're continuing to search through the town for any significant damage or homes impacted.
The Paredes Supper Club parking lot.
Okay, so I'm using the PTZ camera to just trying to scan around. It looked like a lot of the damage that we did see was mostly back there behind them with the tree damage and stuff. And once again, this is a live look at Eagle Bend. Eagle Bend, that's what we're looking at here. And yeah, once again, there's certainly some damage, but nothing incredible, nothing too bad, it doesn't seem like. So the tornado that caused the significant damage down in Douglas County, this is the same storm that did that, also did this, but it looks like by the time it got here, it was a little bit more...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Is a little bit more weak, I guess. And we just got a new tornado warning for Wadena County. Wadena County in Minnesota is now under a tornado warning. So we're going to continue to monitor Brandon as he goes through Eagle Bend to try to see what's going on here with the damage that happened from this potential tornado. But as of right now, it does seem like everything is, for the most part, okay. And Carly, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to bounce off what you said just a second ago. So I'm seeing video from a storm chaser. I believe it's copyrighted footage, but I am looking at some fairly significant damage to a couple of structures. I will send it over to you. I'm not sure that we can show it, but it does look like at least a couple of buildings have sustained pretty significant damage, and you'll see what I mean. But just to give you that update, and again, they have blocked off one of the main roads where it appears potentially unconfirmed, but potentially some of those injuries and other things were. So we'll keep you updated as we get anything from there. But I'll send this over to you in just a second.
All right. Thank you so much, Carly. Lots of damage reports coming in from this storm. And once again, we're seeing embedded tornadoes come down all up and down this storm. But also, I think a lot of this is coming from straight line damaging winds too. So no matter where you are, if you are in one of these tornado warnings, even like the big giant ones here that have no real rhyme or reason, it's just like, hey, like this thing's going to feel like a tornado whether it is or not. So if you're in Lincoln, Cushing, Randall, Philbrook, Staples, or any of these places in Minnesota, you got to take shelter. It's going to be bad. It's going to be a bad storm. It likely will cause damage. It could be small time damage. It could be big time damage. It's a chance you don't want to take to try to just ride it out in the living room. So get to shelter now. Yeah, Storm Chaser John Humphreys has significant damage from Ferreta, Minnesota. And then there's more damage near Appleton in Milan. Probably going to show that. This is between Milan and Appleton.
Hey Ryan, sorry to interrupt, but Tyler has another update for you.
And that would be quite the sight. If that's actually a picture of the tornado that went through, that's wild. What's up, Tyler?
Hey, I'm on the storm near Burns, Kansas. We're trying to get closer to it. We've got a big developing wall cloud on it, and over the last few minutes it's tried spitting out some funnels. Once again, we're just trying to get closer to it. Should have a pretty good view here.
All right, so Tyler's in Kansas, and you can see that we actually have some storms forming along our thin white line. And Tyler's getting ready to come in on the one that's going through Newton here. And this is, he said it's producing a wall cloud. It's intermittently trying to produce maybe a funnel cloud or two. So that'll be interesting to see what's going on here. And by the way, guys, we got a bunch of storms forming down here in Kansas. This is not just happening in Minnesota. We've got another shot of damaging winds and all kinds of crazy things happening back here towards Yankton, down towards Neligh and Nebraska. That's going to eventually make it back up to Sioux Falls. You guys aren't done with the severe weather yet, I reckon. And then our main area of severe weather is right in here. And thankfully, those discrete supercells that were supposed to form out in front of the main line didn't happen. And it looks like this line of storms is going to be our main threat now as we go through the rest of the evening, which is not great, but better than what could have happened. Absolutely.
221, go ahead.
All right, let's take a look at this time lapse from Radar Omega.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Oh, there's the tornado watch for Kansas. Look at that. So this is a time lapse from the top of Vince Welty's car, and Radar Omega just posted this. So if you want to see that, go follow them on Twitter at Radar Omega, and it's at the top of my page. I just retweeted it. Fantastic looking storm there from professional storm chaser Vince Welty and Storm Seeker number 4. Big storms popping up in Kansas. This is what it looks like. If you're looking at that thin white line from the ground, it's starting to bubble up. It's not as thin anymore. It's getting thick. And here's a look at that tornado watch for portions of Kansas, northwestern Missouri, and of course, Iowa. Des Moines, Iowa is included in this. Scattered hail up to apple-sized. What kind of apple? Are we talking Granny Smith? There are some apples that are much bigger than others. I don't know if that's the best way to categorize hail size. Anyways, a couple tornadoes are possible. Scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour are possible. 4 million people are included in this tornado watch. Wichita, Kansas, Emporia, Junction City, Kansas City, St. Joseph, Des Moines, Ames, and Fort Dodge, all included. If you know anybody, odds are you know somebody in this watch. Let them know. All right? Let them know that there's bad weather coming, and things might get a little hairy tonight. This is going to go all the way out until 1 a.m. Central. 1 a.m. Central. Yeah, what kind of apple? We got DVD and apple size hail. I think they need to rethink their sizing thing for that. That's just me, though. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Just wanted to tell you that there is a marginal risk of severe weather in Florida. However, there was a 78-mile-per-hour wind gust recorded near Cape Coral on the west coast of Florida, and there's a decent blob of a severe thunderstorm down there impacting Arcadia area in Florida right now. So just a random significant wind gust down there of over 75 miles an hour while we were paying attention up here.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy. By the way, this is a video that we just saw come in. This is from, let's see here. The entire city of Wadena is ordered to shelter in place due to a chemical plant on fire. The entire city of Wadena And that's the area that just got hit by that tornado warned storm. It's out of the area now, but the entire city is ordered to shelter in place due to a chemicals plant that's on fire. Currently, multiple fire crews are battling a massive chemical plant fire in Wadena, Minnesota, as officials have put a shelter-in-place order for the entire city. Holy smokes. Yeah, so Wadena was just recently, or very close to it anyways, was very recently impacted by a pretty significant area of rotation. It was one of the areas that we were looking at earlier. So I don't know if that's tornado damage that caused that or not. But it doesn't really matter because this is a very serious situation for the people in Wadena. If you, everybody should have been in their safe spots anyways, but let's shelter in place. Let's stay in place until the officials take care of that. Dangerous situation there. Tornado or not, this house lost their entire garage in Ottertail County. Cars left just sitting there with the garage likely now at the bottom of 10 Mile Lake. Once again, tornado or not, that's a very important thing to say in this situation. These storms are nasty, okay? And they are producing tornadoes. But tornado or not, when this line goes by you, it's going to be rough. St. Cloud, Brainerd, Mankanto, all these places, you're next in line here. This will eventually make it to the Minneapolis area as well. Hopefully, it'll be weakened significantly before it gets there. But the strongest part of the storm certainly is in the northern extent of the line right here.
Yep, I've got that one written down.
And then look at Clayton. Here we are dealing with daggone 90-mile-an-hour winds and tornadoes in Minnesota. And here's Clayton in Maysville, Kentucky, fishing. Nice catch and very nice shirt. Thanks for that. This is the Supercell shirt he got off shopryanhall.com.
List and we'll get through when we can. Maybe gonna try and call
Mankato. All right, yeah, guys. If you're new here, I am going to mispronounce your town names. It's just going to happen. Not a lot I can do about it. I will try my best, but it will continue to happen. Civil emergency for Todd County, Minnesota. I'm assuming that has to do with the Wadena thing.
No, Ryan, that's for civil danger warnings so that people don't go out and encounter downed power lines and so forth in Todd County. And what was it, Big Eagle?
Okay. Sounds good. So the area that Brandon Kopic was just in. That storm is continuing to move off to the east. The PDS warning no longer exists. And in fact, now Wadena County, Morrison, and Todd counties are our only counties under warnings, and they are all at the radar indicated level. Several reports of houses destroyed by a possibly strong to intense tornado in Douglas County, and a massive chemical plant fire was reported in Wadena and Minnesota. That's all we know right now about what's going on. There's a lot of damage reports coming in from Florida, I know I'm saying that wrong. I'm sorry. Again, I don't know if this is how new this is, but I'm looking at some pictures here of a lot of mobile homes that have been destroyed in that area. That's in Douglas County, I believe. A large wall cloud is developing near Newton, Kansas. Looks like these Kansas storms are trying to get their act together. This is, once again, near Newton, Kansas. And you can see that there is a wall cloud forming there on the base of the storm. That's the storm that Tyler is getting close to. Tyler's out there. He's near Burns, Kansas right now, looking towards Newton. Can't see the wall cloud, but we can here on this tweet. Thank you so much for sending this in. It's a big system. Kansas all the way up to close to Canada.
Copy that. We'll send the truck up.
I'm seeing some reports that say that the big fire that we were talking about could have been actually started before the storm even came through. Here is some of the damage north of Ferreta. Lots of tree damage. I don't see any structural damage here. But again, I think that what we were looking at earlier was that a lot of the first responders were having a hard time even getting to where most of the damage was. So I would say that it'll be a little bit before we see any of the pictures or videos of that, if we see them at all. But stuff like this, I am retweeting at Ryan Hall, y'all, if you guys want to see it up close on Twitter.
You can go down Ferreta Beach Road along with a large fire. We're going to be shutting off propane tanks as we go down. Make sure you're suited up, SCBA. There are some leaking tanks.
Here's a drone shot of the massive fire burning at Minnesota Valley Irrigation in Wadena. The city is asking residents to shelter in place, close windows, and turn off your air conditioner. Here's another look at the damage near Ferreta. Thank you, David, for sending that in. Remember, guys, if you can do so safely, at Ryan Hall Y'all on Twitter or pics at RyanHallYall.com to send in your damage or damage videos or pictures.
Sounds good, thank you. Thank you.
We're going east. Check over to 17 now.
Very nice. Very nice setup, Thomas. That's a very nice setup that you got there. I love the green. Yeah, let's go through these storms one by one, shall we? We got severe thunderstorm warnings as far north as Soloway and Bagley in Minnesota. That's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Also, Park Rapids is getting hit by a considerable severe thunderstorm with 70-mile-per-hour winds right now. Up next, we've got a severe thunderstorm that's getting ready to go through. It just went past Staples, and now it's going towards Pine River, Nisswa, Cross Lake, and 50 Lakes, and Bacchus in Minnesota. Also, Brainerd, Pillager, and Fort Ripley. You're next in line for a pretty strong storm, but there's no severe thunderstorm warning for you. It looks like a lot of the convection over here north of Minneapolis has died out quite a bit. It didn't turn into the big supercell like it would have if those would have formed a little bit further to the south and west. We do have a very strong severe thunderstorm getting ready to move into Cosmos and Litchfield in Minnesota. And then Chris FL tornado is in Hector on the northern side of a severe thunderstorm near Fairfax. Sleepy Eye, and that's moving towards Lafayette.
Hey, Ryan, I got an
Gaylord,
update and something on my stream whenever you got a chance.
and New Auburn. And that was Tyler Kurtz, who is in Kansas right now. And yeah, buddy, he's got something.
One call that you're logging everything in. You can just log some addresses.
Tyler, we just pulled your stream up. Looks very interesting. Let us know what you're seeing and what you're thinking about what this storm's going to do as we go into the future.
Austin, Brian, and Brenda there. Who else is in the truck with you?
So this is a live look near Burns, Kansas. We're probably going to need to take the radar down there. One of them, anyways. Oh, wow.
Yes.
Road. 10-4, I do. 10-4, thank you. Can you give me
So this is the storm that Tyler is on right now. There's Tyler. There's Storm. And the rotating area is right here near Elbing, and it's moving kind of in this direction. So I believe that's actually the part of the storm that we're looking at through Tyler's stream right now. So we'll keep an eye on it. A little bit of a wall cloud there. Very picturesque storm. It's trying. It is absolutely trying. We got a tornado warning for Cass, Medina, Morrison, and Todd
tornado warning
counties
has been issued
in Minnesota. And here's a picture from Brett Adair. Atomic bombs going off in Kansas near Emmett. Not literally, but it looks like it. That's a big updraft. Rapidly rising updrafts in conditions like today can cause large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. Extensive damage near Alexandria on Maple Lake. So this is with the storm that we've been looking at up there in Douglas County, Todd County, those places. Right near Alexandria, we have some significant storm damage.
I didn't catch the last part of that your transmission about the tree in the road.
Yeah, we do have some very strong storms in Florida as well. Big hailers and lots of strong winds near Lake City in Branford here. Over an inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds coming towards Fort White in Florida. And then down here a little bit further to the south, we've got 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds moving towards Acadia, north of Port Charlotte in Florida. So very strong storms out here. We've got some, summertime thunder boomers popping up in and around Atlanta, but nothing severe. And the rest of us out here in the warm sector are just kind of burning up. It's 85 degrees. 85 degrees in my neck of the woods. It peaked out at 92 today over here in eastern Kentucky. So lots of heat, lots of moisture transporting up here, meeting up with the cooler and drier air over here. That's why we're seeing all the tornado watches and tornado warnings and stuff. And honestly, if this is the way that the storms continue to go, if we don't see any discrete cells pop up, if we don't see any more organization of these MLQCS type storms with the tornadoes, Minnesota dodged an incredible bullet today, Matrix style, because the ingredients for tornadoes don't get any more Like, this is it. Like you if you're like playing a video game and the goal is to simulate a tornadic weather, like if you did this, if you put in all these ingredients, if you put in the low pressure center right here, if you put in the giant warm sector and the dry streak coming in, if you put in the lower level jet stream cranking up at like 60 knots, if you put in the little bit of cap that we had, and if you put everything together, you would win the game, right? It just for whatever reason, whatever mesoscale accident occurred, to not allow those discrete supercells to pop up out ahead of the main line, those prefrontal cells. So we're very thankful for that. But these are still incredibly strong storms, and obviously we have a lot of people that have lost their homes today. We've got a lot of people who are going to be displaced because of these storms, and that's why it's always important to pay attention to the weather, whether it's obviously today is a moderate risk, and we knew that there were going to be bad storms. We knew that there were going to be damage and stuff. But it's important to pay attention to the weather no matter what. Whether you think it's a big tornado outbreak or if it's just only affecting one area, if it happens to be your area, it can change your life forever. Thankfully, the people in Wadena and Bertha and all the way down towards Alexandria and Glenwood that have been affected by this storm got plenty of warning, hopefully, thanks to the Storm Prediction Center, the National Weather Service, and, of course, what we do here. Yeah, I think the threat is certainly kind of mostly turning over to a straight line damaging wind thing on the northern extent of this line. I'm still concerned about a couple of more embedded tornadoes that could be pretty intense on the southern side. So this is getting close to Minneapolis. You're not under a tornado warning or watch or anything in Minneapolis, but I would say that they're probably going to issue something for you within the next little bit, as these storms right here are kind of getting close to the eastern extent of that watch. And it's very likely that these will make it to Minneapolis within the next 2 or 3 hours or so. Big time storms are popping up in Iowa, down towards Algona, Fort Dodge. Nothing tornadic, not even any severe thunderstorm warnings there. And then down here in Kansas, of course, we got some big storms, and we do have one severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas, and our storm chaser, Tyler Kurtz, is on it. He's got a live look at it there for us. Nothing tornadic as of right now. Nothing tornadic as of right now. We do have two tornado warnings. That's going to be for Cass and Morrison counties in Minnesota. Radar indicated tornado warnings. It doesn't seem as if the situation is the same as it was when all that damage occurred to the south of here, but I still want everybody to take this seriously and to maintain your diligence and stay in your safe spot until those warnings are allowed to expire, because this thing could change in a blink of an eye, as you know, back into a damaging tornado producer. And in fact, if it's going to happen, it's probably going to happen right in here, as we have a very strong area, a very strong couplet coming up towards Pine River and Bacchus. Another area of interesting rotation here near Cushing, moving up towards Brainerd. The entire line here is going to cause problems. I don't care if you're in Bacchus, Pine River, Cross Lake, Nisswa, Brainerd, Fort Ripley, or Harding. You are going to feel this storm. You'll likely lose power, and it'll be a very strong, significant storm. And there's even the chance that there will be an embedded tornado in here that causes even more damage. So we want everybody to take shelter. Tricia says, for those not under the clouds and storms tonight, there was a meteor shower tonight. Huh. I didn't even know that. Thank you so much, Tricia, for being a member for 6 months, by the way. Y'all are super generous. And Adam Van Dusen.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
We've got a PDS tornado warning now, and I believe that that's for the exact storm that we were just talking about. The storm has been upgraded to a PDS tornado warning for Cass County. Yep, that's it right there. Let me zoom in on this for you. This is the storm that's coming into Bacchus right now. A new tornado warning has been issued, and it's a PDS warning. It's a particularly dangerous situation. Your life is in danger if you're in the path of this thing, and you have to take shelter to protect yourself. Here's a graphical look at the information on this. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. Damaging tornado on the ground. Quarter-size hail possible. We got a population of 4,354 people. 4,354 souls in the path of this storm. Pine River, Bacchus, take shelter now. Here's a look at it on radar. You can see that we've got a very intense velocity couplet here, and this is going to come right up towards Bacchus, Minnesota, and it's likely producing a damaging tornado. Tornadoes are not a new thing in Minnesota. I'm sure you guys have been under tornado warnings before. This one looks like it could be very intense, and we've seen from the same storm. We've seen it destroy homes. We've seen it cause power outages. We've seen it bring down multiple trees. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to tell you that's what could be coming towards Mildred, Bacchus, Oshawa, and all the way up there towards Pontoria, as this storm is likely producing a very large tornado right now. It's going to cross Highway 87 within the next couple of minutes near Bacchus, and then it'll cross Highway 371 as it goes to the west of Pontoria. If you are in Hackensack, Oshawa, Bacchus, or Pontoria, your life is in danger and you have to run, not walk, to shelter. Okay, we do expect quarter-size hail to accompany this tornado. So really the main threat with this storm is going to be the damaging winds and the tornado that's on the ground right now. A large and extremely dangerous tornado left widespread damage in Ferreta, Minnesota. And this is a similar, this could end up being a similar situation here for Bacchus and Mildred and Oshawa. So please take shelter now. This is not a joke. This is not a normal tornado warning. This is not a maybe tornado. This is a definitely very a strong tornado coming to the town of Bacchus. I'm going to dive into the mesoscale. If you know anybody in this area, call them. Call them. Let them know what's happening. A PDS tornado warning is it's special because a lot of people don't understand why it's different. And really, you don't need to explain to anybody why it's different. But like Andy was talking about, it takes several different stimuli usually for people to take shelter after they hear about a tornado warning. And if their buddy just texts them about it, imagine how much of like attention you would pay then. Like, how many times have you seen a tornado warning pop up on your phone? You heard about it on TV. Maybe somebody posted about it on Facebook. And you're just like, whatever, dude. Like, I'm trying to order DoorDash or something. But then all of a sudden you get a text from your friend who you haven't heard from in like a week or two. And they're talking about it. Whoa, if these guys are paying attention, then what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, you could literally be a hero if you were to tell somebody that's in the path of this thing about this storm coming in. Once again, a tornado on the ground south of Oshawa, more than likely near the Foothills State Forest. This is going to cross right there between 87 and Highway 371 south of the Just Kidding Ranch. The Just Kidding Ranch. What is that? I don't know what that is. But this is also south of the Rutgers Pine Mountain Camping Resort. Lots of camping resorts out here. We've got the Tuckaway Resort and Campground, the Happy Frog RV Park, the Hidden Haven RV Resort. Oh my God, we got the Sandy Pines Family RV Resort, and we have the Tri Birches RV Resort. My goodness. Like, everything in the path of this storm is a RV resort. So, once again, if you know anybody over here near Bacchus, Lake Ada, Walman Lake, Pleasant Lake, Little Boy Lake. If you know anybody in these places and they're camping today, please let them know what's up. It's not going to feel like to them like there's getting ready to be a tornado, especially if they're not paying attention to what's going on here. This could end up being a devastating event if we got a bunch of people out here and campers that aren't aware of a tornado on the ground coming for them. So let's do everything we can to get this information out in front of people. If you don't know anybody out here, a quick share on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram will help promote it. There's odds are somebody on your friends list knows somebody on your friends list who lives here, and that's just how we do it. We aggregate, okay? We try to get out to as many people as possible, and if you don't have social media, at least just hit the like button. That'll put us in the algorithm so that the right people will get recommended this. Another place that's in the path of this dangerous storm with a tornado is going to be the Salty Dog Saloon and Eatery. It's kind of like in the middle of all of these camping resorts here. The Salty Dog Saloon and Eatery looks to me like it is open today, despite it being a holiday. So once again, Memorial Day is a very popular day for people to go out to places like RV parks. So I am incredibly concerned about this. If the storm maintains its strength. Now, the last time this thing produced a tornado, it didn't do it for long. You know what I mean? I don't know if this will be the same here. I'm hoping to goodness that it dropped a storm in the middle of a field and it lifts before it gets to anything else. But, you know, we can't run off hope, so we got to get to shelter.
We got 2 packed up. They're going to run out to where the leak was.
You don't want to be inside of an RV. You definitely don't want to be inside of an RV in a tornado. A lot of times these campgrounds will have like community-style bathrooms and like centralized areas that are kind of like brick sturdy shelters. That's where I would go if I was at a campground or something like that. And it does look like that those things exist and that's pretty plentiful in this area from what I'm seeing from Google Maps, I guess. And also like some place like the Salty Dog Saloon and Eatery. Looks like there's quite a few sturdy buildings around that as well. So thankfully, in between the RV parks, there's not a lot of anything else. This is a very rural area, not a lot of residential stuff. So hopefully this thing just dodges and weaves around all the RV parks and we don't have to worry about it hurting anybody. But certainly if you are in Cass County, Minnesota, you got to take shelter now. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Cass, Crow Wing, Minnesota. Tornado or not, all these RV parks are almost certainly going to be having to deal with 70-mile-an-hour winds, which is not good for RVs either. Tornado or not. Take a look at some of the pictures and videos that we're getting in on Twitter. At Ryan Hall, y'all, if you want to send me something. Alex sent this. This is a view of the storm near Wellington, Kansas. Now that is an atomic bomb. Look at that. You can see the updraft. You can see the base of it. You can see where it's sucking in all that warm, moist air. And then it's just throwing it up into the sky, hitting the top of it, literally. And then flattening it out like a big pancake up there. Just absolutely incredible how quickly these things can form and how beautiful they are in their infancy, I believe. I think that when storms first form, that first, 20 minutes or so, especially in an explosive convective environment,
a new tornado watch has been issued.
A new tornado watch has been issued for portions of Minnesota. Let's go check it out. Let's go check it out. Oh, I don't have the graphic on it yet.
Yeah, you dropped out a couple times there and came back up again, so the band isn't the greatest night yet either, so
Our system gets the watches sometimes long before the National Weather Service even tweets it out. So I'll wait until they do that. And then, Carly, did you have something for us? I'm sorry, I might have missed you changing the lights.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to let you know really quick. I am getting a couple reports of some trees down around County Road 32 in Cass County, but of course, at this point, we're not aware if that's tornado damage or if that's like straight line wind damage. So we'll keep you updated. We do have a feed there, so I'll send that over to you if you want it.
All right, thank you so much, Carly. We will tune into that. And then also, the weather was unbelievable in Todd County near Alexandria. Winds, flooding, and hail blew our jet ski off the lift. Let's look at that. Blew the jet ski off the lift. That's from Holly Schultz near Alexandria in Todd County. The power is out in Sioux Falls.
Go ahead.
Bailey's in 871, 923, and Ford are all okay on South Maple.
Looks like we still have a tornado, or the PDS tornado warning in effect for Bacchus, Minnesota until 6:15 p.m. Central. Tornado warning continues there. Quarter-size hail, damaging tornado. Oh, wow. And that last scan there looks like it actually looks a little bit more intense than what it did before. So this is coming into the Bacchus area. This is going right over the lake. If there's a tornado on the ground right now, it's going right over Pine Mountain Lake. And it just went past the Pine Mountain Resort, and coming in from near Eagle Bend in Minnesota. We've lost our PTZ. So a PDS tornado warning continues up here in Cass County, north and west of Bacchus. Even though it's not as in the radar hole as it was before, it's still too far away from us for us to tell anything significant. We need more radars. Meteor shower tonight. Debris from Comet 73P / Schwashman. Washman? What? Might actually be approaching Earth. A camera operated by the Spanish Meteor and Fireball Network caught a piece of broken comet disintegrating over Europe on May 27th. Okay, so yeah, there might be a meteor shower tonight. If you can see it, if you don't have the winds or the clouds blocking your view. So here's that view from Kat and Brandon Kopic. Leveled barn northeast of Eagle Bend, Minnesota. Spoke to residents. Everyone is okay. Downed power lines and uprooted trees. So this is Kat. She's with Brandon. So everyone's okay. And if you want to see that up close, you can go to the Twitter there. At Ryan Hall, y'all. towns are hit by tornadoes and like you start hearing about injuries and fatalities and stuff, those are the most exhausting. And I don't know if I guess it's just got something to do with hearing about that kind of stuff and thinking about how you're gonna let people out in front of where that's happening. No. Yeah, we done a bunch of live streams in the winter, right? We did a bunch of live streams of snowstorms. Literally, we just watched it snow. And those would go on for 10, 11, 12 hours, and I didn't get exhausted after them. You know what I mean? Like, obviously it's tiring.